ho, ho. Ho, ho, ho. Ho, 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 ho. Ho, ho, ho. Ho, ho, ho. Ho, 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 ho. Ho, ho. Ho, ho, ho. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. Lily, meow, 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 meow. Ah! My... fucking scared me. Hello? Meow, meow, meow. Alright, well, while we wait for people, I'll load up some tongue twisters. Why not? $75 tongue twisters in English. 20 tongue twisters. Sheena leads, Sheila needs. How's that funny? If dog choose shoes, whose shoes does he choose? If a dog choose shoes, whose shoes does he choose? If a dog choose shoes, whose shoes does he choose? If a dog choose shoes, whose shoes does he choose? If a dog choose shoes, whose shoes does he choose? Top chopstick, chopstock, top chopsticks. Top chopsticks, chopstock, stop. What's up, Kiki? Top chopsticks. Top chopstick, chopstock, top chopsticks, chopstock, top chopsticks. Top chopsticks, chopstock, top chopsticks. I give up. Finish game before sunrise. No need to light a night light on a light night. Lily, what the fuck, man? I was reading that. No need to light a night light on a light night like tonight. No need to light a light night. No need to light a night light on that. Oh, my nose. It's vibratio. Meow, meow, meow. Hello, everyone. How is it going today, tonight? Meow, meow, meow. A happy hippo hopped on and haircut. A happy hippo hopped and hiccuped. He threw 3 free throws. Roberta ran rings around the Roman ruins. It's not very twisty. Near ear, near ear, near ear, ear. Linda Lou Lambert loves lemon. Linda Lou Lambert loves lemon lollipop and Linda Lou Lambert loves Linda Lou Lambert loves lemon lollipop lip gloss. Lemon. Linda Lou Lambert loves lemon lollipop and lip. Fuck, I keep reading in. Linda Lou Lambert loves lemon lollipop lip gloss. The great Greek grape grow great Greek grapes. I'm caught up on VODs. Dude, I was wondering where you were, Raga. You were like, oh, I can't wait for Apollo Justice. And then the guy's not there for the past 2 weeks, man. What the hell? I figured you just watched the VOD, so that's all good. Had some family commitments. Yeah, I get it. Bowling's important. That's fine. You gotta keep the tradition. But here we are. The final. I mean, if Raga's here, may as well go. Hold on, we gotta make it official. The final episode. Episode 4. Well, I can load game for that. We went through episode 1. And then we went through episode 2. And then we went through episode 3. And now it's episode 4. What? I know, right? I love a game with good progression. None of that nonsense bullshit where it skips the first 6 games. Like Final Fantasy. That he said, she said bullshit. Here we go. Sweep. You ready, Lily? You want to voice Trucy, Lily? Why are you looking at me like that? Alright, fine. In 3 minutes? 3 minutes. That's what it says. Hold on. Yeah, we went pretty late last time, huh? 5:41 a.m. That's so. Hopefully, I got some shining to do after this, so we gotta get going. I thought about it, and I didn't think about it. The fucking background here. That is the whole truth of our spring one. This case is way longer. No, I'm thinking it's custom robo, but I can't. I didn't look up in the info. In order to understand it myself, I had to know the story of these last 7 long years. The World Wide Web. Nothing happens by chance. All is connected. Wait, so the blue is Phoenix and the red is Apollo. What? Yo, how'd they fuck this up, man? They just straight up killed someone. They're both guilty. And you stand ready to begin the final chapter of this story. Ace Attorney is gonna end after this? No! No more games? Will the defendant be found guilty or innocent? This is the end. The decision is yours. Who is this? Oh my god. That was a date in the year. Hey Apollo, look on TV. Look! Look! Yeah, I'm kinda busy. Whoa! Look at that! He's the last Grammari. Grammari. Alright. He's the last Yo, I ain't pull up those tongue twisters again. He said, that's Grammary, all right? Amazing. Apollo, you should be watching this. What? What? I was writing about our last case in my journal. Oh, you're just supposed to write things in records, Apollo, not journals. And why now? That case was 3 months ago. Hey, it's a long story. I did a lot, you know? I want to vacuum pack the feel of the moment for later. Right now, I'm wowing the crowd by figuring out how La Mirror disappeared. That's right, Uncle Valen did that illusion too. But you're missing him on TV right now. I was just getting to the good part. I suppose I should watch a little TV with her. After all, her father is expecting me to look after her while he's away. What you're now seeing is our rehearsal for the greatest magic show on Earth. Happening right here at our very own Sunshine Coliseum. The Sunshine Coliseum? Hey, that's where the Governor's concert was. Only 3 more days until miracles happen here, right before your unbelieving eyes. The legendary Drew Grammary is performing for the first time in 7 years. Huh? That's going to be great. I'm so there. You and Daddy are coming too. The legendary Grammaries. If Trucy's real father were still alive, he'd be on that stage performing miracles. I've got the tickets and everything. Here's yours, Apollo. Oh, that's a cool little logo. Got a mustache and the hair, but it's like a kanji. What? Yo, need some oil on that door. Ah, you are here, working hard or hardly working? $7,000? Huh? No, it's $70. $70? Sheesh! How'd she pay that with her shitty allowance? Oh, okay. Hold on, dude. Are you ready, Apollo? Ready? For what? For what? For the Troop Grammary Grand Magic Show. The night troupe is back in town? It's not like I'm getting up on stage or anything. What are you talking about, Apollo? You can't enjoy magic if you're not part of what's going up on the stage. I'll lend you my spare costume if you need one. Huh? You mean I can't go in this? No. Does it get more straightforward than that? No. Look at that. Cool. That's what it would sound like if it had a voice. I'd pay $70 for a magic show where someone will inevitably be murdered and get to see a cool, funny trial. Yahoo! And then I'd be like I wouldn't be a suspect. I'd be like a witness. Come on. Come on now. Oh, that wouldn't be my fault. Hey, how have you been? Hi there, stranger. Not exactly the kind of greeting I want to hear from my own kid. Well, he has been gone a long time. How goes it, Joe Trucy? Here, I got a present for you. Yay! Pudding! I love pudding! Oh, it's farm fresh! And not just one pudding, but 3 whole cups? I'll have to pace myself. Well, not me. That's right, Daddy. You're on a top secret mission. You've got to take it easy with the secrets, you know. All right, you are. So, you still can't tell us what your mission is? Maybe it is time. It has something to do with you anyway. Huh? With me? What's up, Coach? Coach. Oh, maybe you're getting a top secret mission too. Maybe you can be on one of those guys. A spy. My guy. Can I just be a defense attorney? To be honest, telling you about the mission was my whole reason for coming here today. What? Tell me. You've heard of the Juris system, yes? He's gonna overthrow it? The Juris system? That's right, the new legal system everyone's talking about. Oh. Have you heard of it, Apollo? Huh? Maybe? Maybe not as many people are talking about it as I thought. The Juris system, huh? So, Daddy, what's this jury system thing? Well, Trucy, do you know what a jury is? I've heard of it. Isn't that those people who sit in court in those old courtroom dramas? The ones who get to decide if a guy's innocent or guilty? Do you know, Apollo? Only from TV. It's 12 people chosen from the community, right? Well, they're thinking about reviving that system. Damn. They're calling the new system the jury system. No more doing whatever you like, Your Honor. Not quite that harsh. The jurors cooperate with the judge. They help analyze the case from different angles. And there will only be 6 of them under the current proposal, right? Wow, you know your stuff, Apollo. Right, it's like it's evolving my job. You know? Their findings directly affect the verdict. Hopefully, people will start taking the courts a little more seriously now. I feel like I'm on some kind of educational TV show, starring Dr. Wright. Dr. Wright is Assistant Trucy and Mascot Apollo. They're perfect team. Mascot? Hey! Hey! What did you miss? 3 cups of pudding. So, what is the secret mission? The jury system is my mission. More or less. Anyway, keep in mind that new ideas like this system are always risky, Apollo. Text. True. You missed a lot of text. True. Can't believe Phoenix went through all this shit to get juries back so authorities wouldn't have the heart attacks trying to prove everything on their own. I have no evidence. I lose. It's that simple. Quick, I gotta make him real mad. If I have no proof, I'll just piss him off. Yeah! Everyone's got an opinion and they just talk and nothing gets decided. Kinda like you, Apollo. I'm not that bad, am I? In any case, we're going to give it a shot. A test, if you will. The next person that gets killed gets the honor of having a jury system. I don't like tests. We'll take a case as a sample and choose 6 jurors. I'll be the one helping with that process, incidentally. Helping? How? Well, for one, I'll be chair of the Jury System Simulated Court Committee, the JSSCC. The chair constructs the ideal situation, choosing the case and the jurors' candidates. Even the judge and the court. Wow! It's like you have a real job. I was never that good at the piano, to be honest. Once a lawyer, always a lawyer, I guess. The trial's tomorrow, by the way. Don't miss it. The trial simulation, that is. A simulation, huh? Sounds interesting. What, we're going through a fucking simulation? Sorry, I have to pick my nose. Sounding a bit stuffy. But I've done that before, stream. Yeah, but at least you don't get to see it. You just get to imagine it. The trial simulation? There's no way I'm finishing this in the stream. So what kind of case is the trial simulation about? Well, since it is the first run-through of a new system, I wanted to say something simple. Good thinking. No sense wearing yourself out on something too serious. True. The case is a murder. That's not simple at all! By simple, did you mean that the defendant is guilty? Yes, most likely. So, good luck, Apollo. With what? With the trial tomorrow. You're defending, of course. Recall that I said it had something to do with you? Go for it, Apollo. It's just a test case anyway. No sweat. The system's name, Malice. No! You piece of shit. Die. Yeah, but there's still a verdict to be decided. And a potentially serious sentence. The most serious in a worst case scenario. You mean the verdict's for real? That's not a test trial. That's a real trial. All the forms have been filled. There's no turning back now. The trial begins tomorrow at 10 a.m. But we can make room in your schedule. What? Why am I only hearing about this now? Yes, there was a change this morning. I picked a new case. Eh? Something that happened last night. Yeah, well, let's talk about Val and Grammary first. Hey, Apollo. Hold on. Just got done eating some parts as well. Sure, I could have drank before stream, but at least you get to imagine me drinking. And you don't... Whatever. Hey, Apollo, I know you're all excited about that secret mission. But what about this? The True Grammary Grand Magic Show. The TGM... Yes. Oh. Oh, right. The card tricks. They're not card tricks. They're grand illusions, miracles, the apocalypse. What are you saying? Heaven and earth will shake. Oh. So what? That's 3 whole days from now. It's at Sunshine Coliseum. Let's go today. We can say hi to Uncle Valen. Have fun. I can't go by myself. You know I'm not very outgoing. Right. Why not go with her? But what about the secret mission? Oh, don't worry about that. You'll hear all about it tomorrow regardless. I don't trust that smile. He knows something that he's not telling me. Yippee! Now you can take me to the Coliseum. Let's sigh. I suppose it wouldn't kill me to pop over there. I killed a man just to see if a jury would convict me. Ah, Grammary. That reminds me. What's this, Daddy? Isn't that Silk Hat the Grammary seal? Consider it a birthday present, Trucy. Thanks. It's great, but today isn't my birthday. Good point. What day is it today, Apollo? Huh? Today? It's October the 7th. I think it's Recycle Your Plastics Day. Then it's a Recycle Your Plastics presents. Yippee! So it's plastic! Giving up on trying to understand them. It's much easier that way. So, what is it? Can I open it, Daddy? No. Huh? You'll need that envelope someday. Someday soon. Don't open it until then. I'm opening it. Oh, fuck. Well, why didn't you just hold on to it till then? Because that would be the logical thing to do. I'm opening it. Envelope about the Grammarys, huh? Opens it. Fuck! Ah, looky here. Handwritten signature. It says chicken scratch. That seems odd to me. I mean, isn't a signature intended to show ownership? What's the use if no one can read it? Isn't it enough if you can read your own? Oh, I never thought of it that way. Alright, so what case are you going to use? You really want to know, don't you? Of course I do. I mean, I'm going to be defending, aren't I? Of course I do. All goes well then, yes. Of course, this is just a test. We wanted everyone to start without preconceptions. A blank slate, as it were. There's a difference between having a blank slate and just being totally clueless. Whose dumb idea was that anyway? Well, mine. Committee chair, remember? Oh. Well, if you want to know that badly, I suppose I could give you permission to examine the scene of the crime. Good, that's better. But you can't talk to anyone involved with the case. What? Then how am I supposed to defend? You let me worry about the details there. Remember, I'm in charge of this trial. All of it. But you don't want it to backfire, do you? Apollo, if I am in charge of the whole trial, that means the entire affair is my responsibility. For good or for bad. Huh? Just do what you can. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Alright. I'd recommend going down to the detention center. The client's waiting for you. You can ask about the scene there. But you just said I couldn't talk to anyone involved. Oh, well, you can talk to your client. If If you can get her to talk. Well, time's a wasting. It's a freaking mime. Alright, it's time for a round trip around the office. Wanna have a go at that ring, Apollo? No, I was just touching it. Come on, there's no need to be shy. Just slip it on and there. Ouch! You're way too tense. You gotta loosen up. There. The human body wasn't meant to bend like that. What the fuck? What happened? Players plastic spaghetti for displaying in the shop. Where the heck does she get this stuff? Spaghetti? No one's practicing the piano. That's usual. Even calling him a pianist is an insult to pianists everywhere. Okay, Apollo, I'm going to guess what you're thinking right now. Huh? What was I making a funny face or something? Arg, I'm so hungry! Right? I'm right? Of course I am. There's no of course about it. You guessed wrong. Sorry. Besides, that's not what I'm thinking. It's what you're thinking. How did you do that? You read my mind, Apollo. At least you got that pudding. That's right. Try not to eat my share, will you? No, because some of it was Apollo. Some of it was for Apollo. Come on, in your dreams. That magician in the photo. Is that my real daddy? Yep, Zach Gramery. He disappeared when I was little. I hung that up there so I wouldn't forget what he looked like. I see. She's smiling, but I bet that smile doesn't go very deep. Oh. Oh, careful there, Apollo. A lot of people run into that table, you know. Why, some client knocked the pot clean over the other day. Why not get a more sturdy table? Maybe the table is partially to blame. There's no maybe to this. That thing is a death trap. The next murder weapon. That hat, is that a spare? It looks exactly like the one you always wear. That's the first rule of a professional. Be prepared. You know, I put it on the other day, and this strange white substance fell all over me. It was like magic. Or like fingerprint powder. Well, that's why it's under there. Haha. Can't believe you're using this cutting as a person apart box as a shelf space. Bro, Apollo, man, it's been like 6 months by now. Get over it. You know, I used that trick on stage the other night. Imagine my surprise when I pulled one of my shirts out of the box. You should really examine your props before the shirt. For sure. What's up, Charlie? The plant. It intrigues you, doesn't it? Not really. It's just the only thing in there that doesn't have some secret function. No secrets, but lots of memories. And a name too. Want to hear it? Not really. His name is Charlie, if you were curious. Really, I wasn't. Charlie! Ah, those legal books were left by my mentor. Too bad I gave up the practice before reading them. There's quite a few magic books in there too, you know. Those would be truces. She'll remember they're there eventually, I'm sure. For a moment, I thought Mr. Right might do magic too. It's a scary thought. Watch as I make this evidence appear out of nowhere. He should have pulled that. He wouldn't have lost. Would have been blamed for fabricating evidence, since it was magic. That's 20 minutes we've been waiting here. 20 minutes! Maybe I should complain. I'm sure that guard has better things to do than stand there pretending he doesn't see us. You know, the minute we get angry, the client will show. It always works that way. Yeah, or when you go to the bathroom. Like shouting, "Oh, waiter," and they're standing right behind you. Oh, guard! Is our client going to be much longer? What are you talking about? Haven't you already started the meeting yet? Huh? Where'd you come from? Is that Chobit from the anime Chobit? Well, Anyway, please have a seat. Manga. I'm nervous, Apollo. It's the silence. It builds suspense. Why don't you do something, Trucy? You're a magician, aren't you? That's right. Okay. I'm the amazing Mr. Hat. Damn, you made her despawn. Oh. She passed out. This magic underwear might have been a better bet. That's magic panties, Apollo. If you had Mr. Hat, how would you deploy it? Kind of like one of those dummies in World of Warcraft, where it would take aggro from me. Hi. Well, I'm your defense. I really think it has to be fate, you know. And by fate, I mean destiny. Did you know I'm good with, did you know I'm good with astrology? Tell me, what's your sign? I can tell you mine if you'd like, Apollo. No, never mind. I just got carried away there. Seem destined to get difficult clients, it seems. So, what's your name? Oh, right, I'm supposed to introduce myself first. I'm Apollo, Apollo Justice. And I'm Trucy Wright. I know, this is getting nowhere fast. I know. Hey, I know, maybe you can tell us what happened? I'm your defense attorney, after all. Anything out of the ordinary happened lately? Well, the other day, this tourist from out of town stopped to ask me directions. Later, Trucy. I feel like I need to ask directions myself here. Well, that was fruitless. Though I think I understand the spare a little better now. You did good, Apollo. Look, she's doing her nails. What? Her nails more important than defense? Is that it? Let's go, Trucy. Excuse me. Could you read this? Sure. Feel like a teenager on the first date. This is the love letter we passed from this to this at school. But stop looking so wistful and read it, Apollo. It's a business card with a name and an address. The name is Veramisham. The address is for Drew Studio. And you're giving me this card because it's gonna speak for itself. Well, looks like we're finished here. What if your Drew Studio is the scene of the crime? Let's go find out. Defendant's business card. The address for Drew Studio is on the front. Farah Mersham. D? What a pretty business card. Looks like a postcard almost. And on the back, just her name. That seems odd to me. Huh? What does? Why write your name on the front and back of the card? Why not use the space on the back for a self-portrait or a caricature? That people would remember what we look like too. That's not a bad idea, actually. Here, give me one of your cards, Apollo. She's drawing something. Hey, my hair's not that spiky. Well, it depends, you know? Like, sometimes you need a limited color profile for the printing press. Which could cost a lot of costs. Mostly if you're just an independent person with not a lot of budget. That's why a lot of cards are black and white or contain just one color. Wow, this looks like, it looks like a studio. And you know, sometimes you don't want too much information because otherwise it's too much to process. You want your business card to be Fast, efficient, and catchy. And I have a cool cat on it. Kenai has cheeseburger cat. So people remember to look at it. It's like life imitating art, or maybe it's the other way around. But the tape on the ground there, it's a bit jarring. Yeah, looks like we found our crime scene. Apollo, look at all those paintings. Hey, don't touch those. It's okay, I'm just looking. Fish? Oh, shit. Fish. How about taking a dump in nature? Huh? Apollo, look at this one. It's half finished. You can still see the rough sketch on me. But that's odd. The rough part doesn't look like the rest of the painting at all. Yeah, good point. That is odd. Is that the Eiffel Tower? I fell off. Apollo, look at this painting. You can see the rough sketch. The Eiffel Tower. Oh, looks like it was only half completed. Huh? That's funny. Do the rough sketch and the finished painting look totally different to you too? They do, actually. What's that all about? I don't know, just recycling canvases? I'm not even, Oh! Why not? If you don't like an older piece, fuck you. Ah, I thought I might find you two here. Oh. Emma, long time no see. Oh, seems like I run into you far too often. I'll bet I know why you're here too. You know about the trial simulation tomorrow? I've heard about it, sure. So, Mr. Wright chose you, huh? I don't even know what the case is about. Well, he was killed. The artist who owns the studio, that is. Mr. Drew Misham. Misham? And his daughter was put under arrest. Yeah, we just saw her at the detention center. It was funny, though. She seemed more like a victim than the kind of person who could commit murder. You don't say. Not even by poisoning. That's how it was done, you know. The fish! Poisoning is a common way to get the job done when the murderer is a woman. Poisoning? Anyway, Miss Wright told me you'd be coming. Feel free to take a look around. Shit, that means I need to be careful of our snackers. I'll just be over here with my snackers. Can't talk to anyone related to this case this time around. Which means we better find out as much as we can here at the scene. Or else, we will lose and we will be cringe. The poisonous mold. So this Drew Misham was some kind of artist? Apparently. Did a lot of illustrations for books, I hear. Had a lot of female fans too, for what it's worth. Oh, well I guess this kind of stuff is kind of pretty. Damn, Trucy, calm down. Like that oil painting over there, for instance. Yeah. That wasn't one of his illustrations, actually. Huh? So it was a standalone painting or something? Is that what you mean? It was an odd bird, Misham. I didn't show this face to anyone until the end. What do you mean to anyone? He was always locked up here in the studio, apparently. His only connection to the outside world was through letters he put in the letterbox out there. Letters? Do people still write letters? What do you mean, Apollo? I mean, when was the last time you wrote a real letter? Don't most people use email and stuff these days? Not Mr. Misham. Couldn't stand technology, it seems. He did everything by mail. Maybe he thought that was way more artistic, you know? Wait, I've seen that character with the pink glasses before. I've had a poster with her and all the Apollo... Well, I mean, Emma Sky was in the final case of the first Phoenix Wright game. So, you may have seen her there as well, but... Also, she's basically the Detective Gumshoe of the game, so... You know! In any case, the only person besides him allowed in here was his daughter, Vera. Oh, you mean the killer? The suspect, please. We took some fingerprints, of course. The only ones found in the room were Mr. Misham's and Vera's, basically. Basically? Actually, last night, Mr. Misham gave an interview to a reporter for the first time. It happened during the interview, apparently. His first interview ever? Could you tell us a bit more about what happened the night of the murder? So, this woman, Vera, she's Mr. Misham's daughter, right? Yep, a real sickly girl ever since she was little. Hardly even went outside. She did kind of give off a withdrawn sort of aura. She was homeschooled by her father, apparently. It was quite a scene when they took her to the detention center. She was screaming about how she'd die if they took her outside. That does sound like a scene. In the end, she agreed to leave if she was allowed her good luck charm for company. Her good luck charm? Her sketchbook? Apparently she has this charm that magically gives her the courage to go outside. What? Why can't I ever get a normal client? But why would a Shannon daughter kill her own dad? Don't look at me. So, about the poison, it was found to be in this coffee, right? No, not precisely. Not precisely? What does that mean? It means see for yourself, I think. Like I said, last night was the first time someone from the outside came into this studio. I guess mysterious painters who never go outside make for good articles. And it just so happened that he died the night of his first interview. At around 9 p.m. every night, Farah always made him a cup of coffee. Last night, he drank his usual coffee and suddenly became violently ill. And died? She poisoned him on the night of his interview. Wouldn't the reporter see? He wasn't near Mr. Misham when she brought her father his coffee. What the frick? He was checking out some equipment in the back of the room. Supposedly, that's why she didn't notice he was there. It was the reporter who called the police, in fact. Wait, but why is she the suspect? If anyone is suspicious, it's the reporter. Yet the reporter never got near Mr. Misham's coffee. Even Vera acknowledges that. Regardless, I want to know more about this reporter. He threw cyanide in the air towards the coffee. It's that easy. Hey, there's a painting hidden back here. Hey, you're right. What if it's embarrassing somehow? He didn't want anyone to see it. He certainly seemed pleased to be by the possibility. Huh. It's so normal. That's hardly something you get mad about. Huh? Huh? What is it, Apollo? Well, doesn't this painting look like... Never mind. Huh? Truthie, if you didn't pick it up on it now, you're too stupid. I better get a professional opinion on this. No more for the large plum in the foreground. Oh, shit. Is that Momotaro, but plum version? Plum? Yeah. Is that what a plum looks like? Or the frick? Hey, Apollo, this painting. I know it. Huh? Really? It's that story where the old woman is doing the wash in the river, and this giant peach comes floating down. Yeah. Momotaro. That might possibly be the strangest thing I ever heard. Please, you must tell me who made this painting. Please. Can you notice the difference between this one and this one, please? The colors are more saturated on this one. Oh, I see. Momotaro, imagine this coffee cup was for guests to use. Guests? Did the police already analyze this cup too? Not a trace of poison was found on that cup. So the kill was after Drew Misham alone. Drew Misham. Ah, that's the victim's coffee mug. Aha! So the poison was in here. This is my first time seeing a real poison mug of coffee. I would hope so. Poison coffee? Not exactly, actually. What do you mean? No traces of poison were found in the coffee. What? You'll have to figure out the rest yourself. I'm officially not on your side after all. Bro! Oh, I want to see that in 3D, bro. Fuck! Oh, man. Hey, Capolo, that's where the body was. It's the spot where Drew Misham passed away. Put the coffee mug to his lips, and the next moment, there was a gun inside. That's quite a bit of paint on the ground. See that half-painted painting there? He must have been working on that right up to the moment he died. Wow! A true artist to the end. Or maybe he started it a year ago and was procrastinating. Bro, such a critic. Drew Misham? Oh shit, that's Tim's signature. Yeah. No spillage joke? Hello? Oh. Hey, look there. That stain doesn't look so healthy, Apollo. That must be the Blue Mountain stuff we've been hearing about. Something tells me that even Blue Mountain coffee isn't this blue. No, this stain is probably... better ask Emma. I wouldn't mind taking a closer look at those paintings. I just love oils. You know how they're so thick? Is that the word? These paints are all dry. I'm surprised at how different these all are. Yeah, what's going on with this half-finished one? It must have been a work in progress. You can still see the rough sketch below. That's what's so weird. The sketch part doesn't really fit the finished part. I know this. That is weird. Macaroni style. Opa macaroni style. A little box looks funny sitting inside a room like this. Let's check a look. Empty. The other half of that letter box actually connected to the outside of the stereo. Mr. Misham would put his letters in there, and the postman took them away. Impressive that someone still writes letters in this day and age, or wrote rather. Ah. The postal office came around to kill him finally, so they could cut the employees, because he was the last person sending letters. Which of those paintings do you like the most and why? Your mom. Look at all these paints, Apollo. There's so many. He's got like 20 kinds of red. You could repaint your suit, Apollo. Yo, 25th Ward reference? Yeah, you know it, brother. Yo, real shooter heads in chat. How about this shade of green? I'll be enough of that, thanks. Oh, I didn't even pay attention. You always had a water. Take a closer look at this desk here. Yo, his hair looking like a paintbrush, bro. So this is Drew Misham? Well, this little girl must be Vera. Yes, they took that some years ago. They look close. Happy little family. Till you arrested his daughter. Look, I was personally against that, okay? She just didn't seem very suspicious, scientifically speaking. Uh-huh. Right. Da Vinci? Zimbabwe? Is this a journal? Wow, talk about a clue. Let's read it. What is it, Apollo? He didn't write the name of the killer, did he? It's new. He didn't write a single line. Arrgh! You had me going for a while there. Oh. Something about the way that figure is posed. I've seen that pose before. It's you, Apollo. See? You're making one of your flamboyant gestures. Please. I'm a professional. What do I pose like that? Coincidence? I think not. What's this for? Ooh, cute. Look at the tiny frame, Apollo. Tiny is right. That thing's barely 2 inches high. What picture would fit in there? None. Apparently, it's empty. There's no glass in it either. What's it doing sitting on the desk? This is a lesson for us all. Be sure to check the size of when you buy frames. Mostly when you're online. Hey, Apollo, what's this feather thingy? Isn't that a pen? Like an old-fashioned quill pen? But it doesn't have a pointy end. That was mostly like you for sweeping detritus off the desk. Wow, you sure know a lot, Emma. Bold and scientific, that's my motto. Exactly what about that was bold and scientific? This envelope has been opened and resealed. A red letter day. Oh, I know how to do that. You take a pot of boiling water and hold the envelope up to the steam. The glue melts and it opens. Cool, huh? Whoever did this wasn't so delicate. You're right. Looks like he just ripped it open and stuck it back together. Huh? The postmark on this letter is from 7 years ago. 7 years? Why would someone open the letter and then seal it again? Yeah, I better hang on to this. And everything happened 7 years ago, bro. Perfect. Apollo, look, it's been opened once here. You're right. I wonder if there's some way we can see what's inside. Can I try to get it open and stick it back shut? Let's not tamper with the evidence, shall we? I've got a better idea. Emma, let's ask her. Oh man, we got a lot of things to show. Alright, what's all this, ma'am? What is all this equipment here for? It doesn't look very artistic, really. He had everything from a lathe to a laser cutter. Looks like he was ready to work on metals and wood too. Though his equipment is a bit old, to tell the truth. Why would a painter need all this? From the dust, I'd say he hasn't used this stuff for years. This corner doesn't fit with the rest of the studio. Oh, do you think I could borrow this? I want to cut a quarter in half to make a trick coin. This is a crime scene, Trucy. But these cost like 50 bucks at the magic shop. When it could just be a quarter. Apollo justice. Damn, a well-worn chair, huh? Yeah, I was spraying it white every time you sat down. Pulling a goatee and then sat. Is this desk for painting, Apollo? That would be a drafting table. Drafting? Good luck, Karma. May the Star Force be with you. Basically, it's a tool for making precise diagrams. Wow, painting is harder than I thought. Why would a painter need a drafting table? Was he an architect too? Was he epic? A scientist and an artist. That is crazy. That's like two sides of the brain. There's nothing I can't steal. I bet Emma could help us out here. Don't forget, flattery will get you everywhere with her, Apollo. Huh? What are you two whispering about? Well, I was thinking, what is it we always do when we run into you at the crime scene? What is it we always do, scientifically? Ah, you know me too well. Okay. Okay, meaning we can get, scientific now? Oh, I suppose. It's just this once. Bring me anything you find suspicious, I will check it out. What? Silence? Science with the MSK? It would be an honor. What? Emma, about this mug. There's pale blue residue on the rim. Yes, well, it's just a rumor. It's not really there. But I've heard there's a kind of coffee called Blue Mountain. I'm pretty sure it isn't actually blue, Emma. Ah, right. Okay, you got me. That's leftover from my testing spray. Forensic science. I knew your hobby was behind this somehow, Emma. It's not a hobby. So what kind of scientific stuff were you up to? This spray, that's what. It turns blue when it touches poison. So the poison that killed the victim was on this mug? That's right. See? It wasn't in the coffee. The killer applied it to the rim of the mug itself. Wow! Science is amazing. It certainly is helpful. I love the magic poison detecting spray. Maybe Enma be willing to help us out a bit more. You should try buttering her up, Apollo. They say flattery will get you everywhere. It's certainly worth talking to her a bit more. About poison analysis. I was afraid you were going to ask about that. See, the solution is used to test for anthraquinine. Anthraquinine, the deadly poison found in the autopsy. Uh-oh, I know that spark in her eyes. She's getting excited. Best than likely. It's one of the most violent poisons, but is absorbed into the body astonishingly slowly. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show. Oh, and guess what? Recent research has shown... That's fine, really. We don't need to know all the gory details. I think I get it. You just spray this stuff on something you want to test, right? Precisely. You can even find the slightest trace of poison with this. I want to try too, Emma. Pretty please? Don't have to ask twice. I already used it on everything suspicious, of course. Yay! Let's give it a whirl, Apollo. Ah! What are you doing? I was just saying if I got a reaction off of you. How's this for a reaction? Never do that again. I'm not poisonous. Tell that to those hapless witnesses on the stand. Let's get down to checking for real poison, shall we? Ah! Oh. Poison on the painting? Yo, this shit ain't working, bro. Oh. No? Bro. We won't be able to breathe at this rate. It'll become poison itself. Where is it? On the chair? Hold on. Piss yourself? Alright. Just making sure. Pizza. Too bad. No reaction there. I'm sure I'm gonna check out all the likely spots. Wait a second. I just wasted this $50 bottle. What is it, Apollo? Did you spray that little desk over there? I don't think so. The spray probably can't reach that far, you know? Were we just spraying in front of us all this time? Let's check it out, just to be sure. Oh, the zoom in. Oh, need a triple tap it. Perfect time to drink. Wait, it might be poison. Damn, in 2 minutes, Kabat, pretty impressive. A reaction, Apollo! Ah! Where? The inside of that cute little pet frame! Look! What? Did Miss Sham kiss it on the mouth? Or something? Well, would you look at that? Nice going, Trucy. I'm known to work magic. Never mind that, I was the one who found it. Where's my credit? Make that 4. Come on, you're the DPS here. You need to thumbs up, not thumbs down, man. You need to make it count. Why would you the inside of that frame have poison on it? Looks like we found the only other place that was poisoned in any case. He ate the photo. Oh shit, just like that monster movie. Monster prom? Oh. Ah! No clues here. Oh, we're here. Oh yeah, so I need a present. Emma, I was wondering if you could take a look at this. Look, I'm a detective. A detective! You can't just ask me any old thing and expect an answer, okay? I think you need to be a little more focused on your inquiry, or scientific even. Somehow you should get around to science. Oh, hello? Do I just walk out? Alright. Yo, check out this. Ah, presenting, are we? I did my fair share of that back in the day. Showed my attorney's badge a lot, too. May look cool and calm now, but you should have seen him before. You know me too well, Juicy. Gotta provide this opportunity for a little family bonding. Yeah, well, how's this? Oh. Yeah, I guess that was just, Mr. Wright's thing. Yo, who paid for these? Fuck. Now I'll never know where that money came from. Maybe Grammarly gave him. Well, let's go see him and ask. Whoa! This is it, Apollo. The place where magic and dreams converge. The trash truck isn't there anymore. Just a while ago was the place where murder and nightmares converged. Let's go say hi to Uncle Valent. What about the case? Only a performer laughs like that.
The young Miss Trucy. How often I hope we'd meet again, only to tell myself it was an impossible dream.
Uncle Valent, how's it going? 4 bill and 5 boom. Come on, you're making me worry now. How about mine? I'm glad to see you too.
Of course you are.
Immunity is definitely not one of his stronger traits.
Well, Miss Trucy, how does F-Day find you? If you've come to give me flowers, do it after the show, I beg you.
Ah, true, Steven, so all your luck. Damn, fucked up, man. There you go, curse gremlin. Actually, we came to wish you a good luck. And congratulations on your magic show.
Oh, but it is I who wish to congratulate you. Not everyone is so lucky as to witness miracles such as the ones I shall perform.
Yeah, you're amazing. We get the picture.
The world will watch in wonderment as magnified illusions are reborn here on stage by my hand.
Everyone's talking about the big magic show. Is it true that the Grammarly's miracle is back after a 7-year absence?
Miss Trucy, I must apologize. This show and this honor should have been his.
Daddy.
My co-magician in training, Jack Grammarly, if that terrible thing hadn't...
It's okay.
Your father was a great magician, Trucy. If he were alive, then I, Fallon Grammarly, would have been proud to stand up on the stage as his assistant.
Thanks, Uncle Valent. You know, I'm happy you're doing the show. To think you get to see the great magnified illusions again. She really is looking forward to this, isn't she?
My mentor, the magnificent Magnify Grammary, was a true deity among magicians. Our creator god who gave birth to magic and illusions that defied our very imaginations.
I was still little when I last saw one, but I still remember his shows. He did wheelies in a sports car through the air above the audience, and then sped off to outer space faster than the speed of sound. I'm guessing that memory was a bit embellished.
For 7 long years, the world has been waiting for a miracle to match his. As heir to the Grammar, each troop's secrets, it falls to me to provide one. It is my God-given destiny.
Yeah, just get everything to 21. 22 is when you're good. You know, when you have extra fun. You don't need that 16 extra attack at the risk of booming another 6 cacas, you know.
Yes, you nameless face who speaks for the nameless masses. How can I help you?
If the world was waiting, why did you hold off for 7 long years?
It appears the lad is uninformed. Perhaps you all have heard of the magic known as law which governs our land.
I have, though I'm not sure it qualifies as magic.
The performance of Magnify's miracle was impossible. A certain law prevented it for 7 years, but no more.
7 years? That phrase sure likes to pop up, huh? Doesn't it? And why was that?
A little matter called performance rights, Miss Lucy.
Can you tell us about these performance rights?
Magnify's magic relied on an incredibly innovative idea, a trick, if you will. That trick was considered as property, and as such, was protected by property laws.
It's our intellectual property, yeah, maybe.
Magnify knew this and bequeathed it in his will to one person.
You mean
him? Yes, Miss Trucy, it was your father. Zach Grammary was the inheritor of the Grammary miracle.
Daddy.
Yet, as you all know, he is gone. He disappeared suddenly 7 years ago.
I think I see where this story is going. Once a person is classified missing for a certain period of time, they're considered legally deceased, correct?
In all absoluteness, those rolled-up sleeves conceal your competence well, young man. That certain period of time with which you speak is 7 years. Yes, Miss Trucy. Though it pains me to say it, this past spring, April to be precise, was the time. Your father was legally declared deceased. In the absence of a formal will, the secrets of our mighty mentor Magnify was passed to me. This was, in fact, stipulated in the will by Magnify himself.
Is that how it works, Apollo?
Yeah, it's called death in absentia.
He's declared missing. Permanently. Daddy. Well, never mind. Good job, Kaba. Now boom your arcades. Did you pay for these?
Ha 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 ha! A challenge, is it? You wanted me to make that disappear? Very well, give it to me.
No, thanks. All magicians like this. Apollo, what was that look just now? I was just thinking how hard it is to get any information out of a magician. I was wondering if you could tell me about this.
Ah, why, that bears the Grammary seal.
Uncle Valen, is something wrong?
Trucy, where did you get this?
Huh? Daddy gave it to me.
Your daddy? My partner, Zach Gram.
No, my other daddy, Felix Wright.
Why now? Why would your Lord Daddy?
Lord Daddy, that's kind of stretching the whole archaic thing a bit.
The signature upon the back, do you recognize it? That belongs to none other than Zach Grammary.
What? Daddy signed this?
Might I be so bold as to open it?
I'm sorry, but I can't let you do that.
What's in this envelope, I wonder? Nice kanji. Yeah, it looks cool, right? Cool little logo. Do you want some coffee? Yeah, it's a good joke, eh? So, no, okay. But I'm sure it isn't. Yeah, well, it kind of looks like a face. It's got like the schnauzer and the eye. But it's not there. I guess we'll shove stuff in the... Oh. Ah, you're here to see Vera Misham. Yes, that's right. She's in the medical office at the moment. Medical office? Is she okay? She's just lying down. Said she didn't feel so good. I'm sorry, but I can't allow any meetings at the moment. Most annoying client ever. Guess we should come back. Fuck. Fuck. Whatever. Where. Was that this, I guess? Oh, no, about this. Oh, that! Yes, wait, that's a bright red envelope. Sure is jumpy. Someone opened this, didn't they? My lips are sealed. Your lips are sealed? That's a first. You mean, you know what's inside the envelope? Sure, I read it after all. Ah, you mean you were the one who ripped this open? Ah, please, I would have steamed it open. But she did sneak a peek at it, apparently. Know that I have a powerful weapon on my side. Weapon? Yes, the use of tools, highly specialized tools for information gathering. Tools I wouldn't mind getting my hands on. You should try flattening her, Apollo. They say a little praise can open big doors. Never heard that one, but it's good advice. Let's try talking to her somewhere. About that envelope we found. I was wondering if you could help us out with that tool you were mentioning. You want to know how about my tool, do you? It's got an X-ray analyzer. X-ray? Like the X-rays you get at the dentist? That's right. At least that's what I call it. Huh? It has a real name, but it's much more complicated. The X-ray spectralization. Something. How am I supposed to remember all that? So basically, it lets you see inside things. Like envelopes? That's right. You're sharp, Trucy. But it's a bit more complicated than that. In practice, of course. Actually, to tell the truth, I'm not really sure how it works scientifically. Can I try it out, Emma? Please? Oh, I suppose. Of course, I've already checked out everything suspicious myself. She just brought that thing here. Alright, let's give it a spin, Apollo. What are you doing? Oh, just seeing if I could see through your hair, but it's like... Point that thing at me anymore, it might all fall out. Just giving Apollo cancer real quick. Then I wouldn't need an X-ray machine to see through it. Let's just get down to business, shall we? Right, let's test it on the sample first. It just so happens that I have a lottery ticket here. Yo, Tetris? You set the sample in the device like so? I don't see anything. Patience, there's no need to get all antsy. Look at the right side of the screen. That's the layer view of the envelope. Layer view? You've got it set to display the outside of the envelope now, see? Actually, it's quicker to just have you give it a try. Turn the dial here with for me. That's right. That's all you to choose what depth you want to scan. Hey, I got something. See? That's how you can read the letters on the ticket inside. Cool, huh? Except, I can't read them. Just turn the dial a little more. What you have to understand is that a sheet of paper isn't really flat at all. When you zoom in that much, you see that paper is like a bunch of hills and valleys. Wow, really? This X-ray device uses a beam with a wavelength of only 0.05 microns. It breaks cards down into thin layers so it can only show what's written on that layer. I'm not entirely following you, but what good is it if you can't read anything? That's why we go on to step 2. Try rubbing the image a bit, if you would. Rubbing? Like going over the image with WASD while holding space? How'd you... Well... Yo! 0016. There, that fixes the image on the screen. Now, turn the dial again, just a little. Oh, shit. Good. Now you can rub this image to fix it, too. Hey, I get it. We just keep doing this until we've got the whole thing. Exactly. Not bad. Neat. Let's do some more. Try again. Oh, she didn't win? Well, what are you waiting for? Yo, let's get the front. Oh. Oh, oh. Damn, this is sharp. Okay, let's print this one out. Does this mean I have to buy another one to win? Well, it's Emma's ticket. Let her buy another one. It's okay. There's no need. But see, this is the true hidden power of my weapon. Neat, huh? Now let's try it on the real thing, shall we? She fell for it. Oh, I get it now. It says Uglugglub. Mr. Drumesham, I've deposited the Boston the 100K in this designated woman. Please send a receipt once you've contract the transfer. It's a cow, it's a woman. Choo-choo. Yeah, let's print this one out. Yeah. Doesn't seem all that interesting. Someone deposited 100K into Mr. Misham's account? These paintings must be really valuable. There's another page in there. Care to take a look? You bet I do. If you're going to read someone's mail, you might as well read it all. Here goes with the second page then. No, I thought I had to go to the other part. I'm really getting immersed right now. Sign the papers and read the enclosed instruction book. If you need instructions on how to get through the hotels, check out the enclosed instruction book. Oops, you made lots of spaghetti. Sign the papers and send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. I need not remind you to speak of this to no one. So there was an error about a payment for one of his paintings. Why all the secrecy, though? And what? Why was this letter the only one in here? It's 7 years old, right? Maybe it had some special significance to him. Well, Emma, maybe it was the biggest bank buster you ever sold, dude. Gotta keep that. Well, indeed. She knows something she's not telling us. Looks like she's keeping mum about it. Mum. So, Emma, I was wondering, what's the story about this reporter that came here for a story for the night of the crime? I'm afraid I can't tell you because he's going to be a witness tomorrow, I hear. I thought so. I'll never forget that face, but what was his name? Oh, right. Brechel. Spike Brechel. He's after a scoop to sell to the papers. So a reporter comes for an interview with a painter, his first interview ever, and that night he's killed? Seem strange to you? Really strange. It does raise a few questions. I'd like to speak with this reporter if I could. Well, I hear he's on the beat today too. He said something about covering a magician. Magician? Well, if it's not Trucy, that leaves only one other person. It wasn't Valen Grammary by any chance, was it? Yeah, something like that. He's got some big show lined up, I hear. So he's out interviewing Valen Grammary. Looks like I'll be heading out to that Coliseum again sooner than I thought. Here, I'll give you that reporter's card if you want. Spike Brechel. Let's check a look closer. Yo, he's got the golden eye symbol. I guess you gotta have a good business card if you work freelance. Really? What's this, a camera lens finder? Do reporters take photos too? I guess if he's freelance, he'd have to. Maybe you should try being a prosecutor and a defense attorney. You'd always win. Why don't I become a rock star too while I'm at it? LOL. Top dollar information. Yo, what? That's crazy. See, you got can I has cheeseburger meme in the back. Yo, ever seen this, man? So our journalists was here on the story? All eyes in the universe are upon my stage. All pens seek to commit its mysteries to paper. His name was Brechel. Brechel. I think he remembers him. He doesn't look too happy about it. Brechel, that cloying smell of mint when he smiles, yes. How could you tell us more about him? What did he want? A man by that name called on me just now. Just now? Valen's vision is always toward tomorrow. Valen's feet step always forward. That is all. That's all? Very confusing. I am to perform a big magic show, yes? I wanted someone to cover it. Yet he had ears only for that incident. That incident? In any case, I requested that the rapacious reporter remove himself. So a painter has died. What of it? It is but a footnote in the line of footlights compared to the magic of grammary. Uncle Valen, do you know where the reporter went? I recommended he visit that place popular with penalized perpetrators. The detention center. He was a rude individual. Might I see that card? Susamogus? Sure. He would tear apart my respectability. I will tear him apart. Oh, here it comes, Uncle Valen's big magic trick. Is he going to fix the card? Not sure that qualifies as big magic. What happened to the big magic? Ha 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 ha. It is not more miraculous for it to stay ripped. Must have really not liked that journalist. Now the time has come when I must return to make my prestidigitation preparations. By your leave, Miss Trucy. Thanks, Uncle Valen. 3 days from now, make ready for a miracle. What do you think that journalist was after? And why did Valen react like that to this envelope? I think it's time to pay the detention center another visit. True. I forgot to examine over here. Yo, we got the what? Hot air balloon. You hardly see those anymore these days. It kind of reminds me of when I was a kid. Maybe if I was playing with a nostalgia card to drum up interest in the show. Why are there cops here still? Hey, that creature there. He was handing out balloons during our last case, too. He's not a creature, Apollo. Poor guy. Oh, sorry, was I mean somehow? You know how hot it is inside one of those suits? He's stuck in there with only the smell of his own sweat to keep him company. On the verge of passing out, he hands out each balloon as though it were his last. Takes the fun out of seeing the blue badger. Damn. At least Trucy understands the struggles of those mascot costumers. They might feel alone in there, but they know Trucy's got their back in their pain. That was a Gaviner's sign last time, wasn't it? Yo, it looks like the guy, bro. What? I hope nothing strange happened this time around. Clueless. Apollo Justice Clueless Face.png. Workers are busily preparing the Coliseum for the magic show 3 days from now. Maybe we should go check it out. Once this case is solved. Yo! I think I hear what you're saying. We're all doing it for the money. End quote. No, not at all. Looks like someone's already meeting here. Maybe that reporter? Oh, shit. Hey there! How you doing? Who might you be? Sorry, we didn't know someone was already here. I'm Apollo Justice, attorney at law. Talk about a nervous monkey. You're Justice. You? Know me? Do I know you? Of course I know you. Stares down witnesses on the stand till they spill beans. End quote. That's not true. What's he writing? This is my most disliked characters in the series. Yeah, I think they hit the nail right on the coffin. I mean, they killed that guy. They killed it. Are you a reporter by any chance? Whoa, you? You're Trucy. What are you doing? Huh? Eh? Am I famous? Oh yeah. Trucy Wright hates carrying a bag. Puts everything she owns in her panties. End quote. Yeah, that's not so true. That's so not true. Just hold on to your breeches there. I'll wrap up this interview in a jiffy. Interview? So, Garden, I think I know what's going on here. Guarding rooms is my life. What else could I possibly need? End quote. No, how many times do I have to tell you this? Look, I've got work to do. You deal with them. Did you come here to interview the guard? Oh, wee, what a pickle. Accused wouldn't talk. How did he interview someone who go plumb crazy? End quote. I should have guessed. Where are my manners? Please Brushel. Spike Brushel. I'm not picky. Journalist just closes his eyes, right? End quote. What's that nauseating strong mint smell every time he grins? Until you've been interviewed by me, you don't know what the thrilling is. I'll run through crossroads of mayhem, madness. End quote. I can see that. He's writing something again. Well, if he's a reporter, maybe he knows something. Do I really want to talk to this guy? The fucking freaking YouTuber thumbnail guy? So, Mr. Brushel, you're a journalist? Me? Look, let me state one thing for the record here. Yes? I'm the interviewer. You understand, yeah? I'm the one asking the questions here. End quote. Okay. For instance, you think a movie director watches movies? Well, I think he probably does. Exactly. I knew you'd understand. Huh? No, I like to let the AI do it.
Sorry.
The automatic thumbnail picker thingy.
It got Trucy doing the face last time. So the night of the murder, you were at Drew's studio?
Who, me? No, let me say one thing for the record.
Yes?
I'm in a calm and collected, but I'm busy. Real busy, always on the road. Charlie's always busy on the one-way tickets, never looks back. End quote.
I can understand that philosophy, but...
You want to know the thing about one-way tickets? Once you use them, they're gone. Not because you have to give them to the guy at the airport.
True enough. You upload daily now? No, I just dump it on the same day, which is usually Sunday if I don't forget. But don't they give normal tickets away too?
Exactly, see? It's the same thing.
What is... So you went to do a story on Drew Misham, and he never had a story done about him before?
That's right. Look, let me say one thing for the record here.
What?
I'm sure you're going to want to know about my source. What tipped me off to Drew? Why did he interview in the first place?
Well, yes?
Look, it's like... Oh, I've got it. Say this is burger joint with fabulous ketchup. You think the burger guy's going to tell me where you got it?
At the supermarket, maybe.
Exactly, see? That's what I'm talking about.
Like I may have actually understood that one.
Well, there's nothing I can talk about, really.
What?
Walls have ears, eyes. Especially glass walls with speakers, eh, bro?
Right. Guess we'll leave then.
But since you're here, might as well tell you a tidbit of news I saw, just for the heck of it.
Sure, tell us, just for the heck of it.
I remember it like it was yesterday. I'd seen a movie on the trip and wandered into this burger place with amazing ketchup when an article in the tablet caught my eye. Famous oil painting stolen from art dealer's gallery, end quote. I believe it was.
Another painting?
Happens every day, right? But I thought I'd seen that painting somewhere before. A painting of a giant peach flowing down the river?
Oh. Whoa! Oh my god! That's my congratulations for subscribing to my channel for 3 months. 4 months total. It's a boy. Someone stole an oil painting of a giant peach.
Journalists can smell scoop better than burgers, end quote. All right, let me go on the record here.
Yes?
I know what you're going to say. Brushel, take this, right? The rebellion column. And growth.
I don't think so.
Look, buddy, I write billion columns about one thing. And that's food. Try to understand.
Oh. He's a food influencer? What could he possibly be writing? He didn't listen to what a word I said. Okay, what about this one?
All right, let me go on the record here.
Did you fuck with that? Did you fuck with that? Brush your teeth, bitch.
You want to punch me in the teeth, huh? That's what you want, huh?
Fuck. Hey, fuck you, dude. I'm going back. You're going back to Phoenix. Fuck. How about this? What did he even say? He just talked about ketchup and burgers.
about this, huh? Fuck. I don't know what I was expecting. I need like one more trigger with them, I'm guessing. Could have been these. I forgot what the fuck he talked about. This guy's a fucking analogy Andy, man. He didn't say anything. He just did a comparison. Motherfucker! Fuck it. Kill this guy. I've shown everything. Well, there's no point showing that fucking fish. Guess I can show the envelope back to Edgeworth. I mean, the Phoenix. Maybe Edgeworth will show up.
Yeah, I'm on vacation.
Fuck. Ah! Well, Valent did move. Let's go back to the sunshine. Probably gonna be a shit. Shit. Well, how did it go? Find anything out? Actually, there was one thing I wanted to check with you. What was that carry face you're making? What's with that I know something but I'm not telling you face you've got going in? This painting came from behind that dresser. Ah, yeah, so? It was stolen, no? I was hoping you wouldn't figure that out. Do you think you could tell us a bit about this? I suppose. It's what you think. Drew Misham was a forger. A forger? Forger. Folger's coffee? Well, so what exactly is a forger? Well, basically, it's someone who makes forgeries. Fakes, in other words. Fakes? Copies of an original. Exact copies, so precise you can't tell them apart. Well, why not just photocopy them? The big problem with forgeries is that people try to sell them as the real article. It's a crime, of course. So, Drew Misham was a criminal? I'm afraid so. He received money to create elaborate forgeries to supplement his work in illustration, I guess. I see. Actually, that's why I brought this here in the first place. So you can see under the painting! When you're trying to determine if a painting is a forgery, the rough sketch underneath can be a valuable clue. So the rough sketch is like practice for the real thing. Like doing a magic trick in front of a mirror before you go on stage. We're in a case of a forgery, not necessarily anyway. You know what the finished product is going to look like after all. Oh yeah, I guess you would. That's why I brought this. I'm going to use it to see what's under the paint of the finished pieces. I get it now. So you were waiting for us to leave long enough to do that. Because you didn't want us to know, because for some reason, well, I guess you're on the other side of the team. And not that I really needed to go into such lengths, seeing as how one of the paintings was only half finished anyway. Still, it'd be neat to see Mr. Misham's rough sketches. Kind of like that what he was drawing when he thought no one was looking. True, that would be interesting and maybe valuable for a case. How to forge 7? You should try buttering her up, Apollo. That will get you everywhere, they say. Stop saying that. She's like shipping Apollo with her or something. Maybe I should ask Emma to help us out. Bro. Well, she's at the age of shipping, so... It's only fair. Emma, about this painting from behind the dresser there. Ah, yes. It's what you think. Drew Misham was a forger. Forger? Wait. No. Oh, I'm stupid. I kind of wanted to see the rough sketch under this painting. I needed to show the other one. I was wondering if your tool there might do the trick. Also, supposedly back page, maybe possibly COTS has 2 clears at the moment. Dude, we'll be fine after I Shining Star Force and I get 140 mil cheese pizza. No, it means that we could potentially get our weapon in like 4 months or something. 7. Well, until they fix that. But... oh, fine, fine. Just this time, though. Let's check it out. There's nothing here. I can see why this case is long now. So many X-rays. Whoa. Fangar? What the fuck? Okay, let's print this one out. What? What the heck? Wow, he really blows. The finished painting isn't anything like the rough. Devices like mine didn't exist until recently. He probably thought he could draw any sort of thing he wanted for the rough. What do you mean? Well, in the past, you could not only analyze the composition of a rough sketch. Composition? In other words, the traces of charcoal between paint and canvas. So you could tell if there had been a rough sketch. But not what it looked like. Ah, I think I follow you. So in essence, it wouldn't matter what was underneath the finished painting. Some pros would actually paint out a rough sketch entirely, then do a completely new painting on top of that. So Mr. Michin was drawing whatever he wanted before painting over them? Possibly. Is there a problem with that? Not particularly, but something about the sketch itself is kind of odd. You're awfully silent all of a sudden, Apollo. You think we could check out one of the other paintings? Well, sure. You like this detection stuff, don't you? What was the fish before? What Scott's trying to say, Seven, is to hurry up. So you can get 2 clears. Hurry the frick up, bro. Huh? Ramen? Okay, let's print this one out. Like that fucking demon. This one too? Well, what's wrong, Apollo? You look so serious all of a sudden. Oh, and that's the stage tower there. You think I could just look at the last of these? Fine by me. Knock yourself out. Unless it's spoiler for this one. I'm not finding anything. Lol.
Burning Gavin. What the heck is all this? I hesitate to ask why you're getting so excited. You sure your device isn't leaking some kind of strange radiation? Trucy, look at these 3 scratches. What the? Huh? Do you notice anything? Are you saying that Drew Misham is the cameraman all this time? There! Now you're both white as sheets. What's going on? These sketches of the 3 cases I worked on. What? The murder in the poker room at the ball club? The dead man pulling the noodle stand. And then the events that enshrined during the governor's concert. What could it mean? How could he have drawn those things? And why? That's what I want to know. Revive that guy. Cast resurrection. Wait, is Drew Mission your father? Give me a break. That's not even seem remotely possible to you. What? Never even heard of any Drew Mission before. I hadn't even seen a picture of him. But there were my cases drawn on this canvas. Every single one of them. It couldn't have been a coincidence. Just who was this Drew Misham and what do he have to do with me? Oh. He died. Apollo died. Alright, thanks. Hold on. Uncle? Yeah, could be. Why not? Good morning. So, you're Vera, right? I'm Trucy. Trucy Wright. That's right with a W, but not right. Right? We're on your side. You can tell us anything. Please? Good morning. She speaks! Not bad, not bad. But I think you do better with a little smile, you know? You're so pretty. You need to sell yourself, you know? Trucy, let's take it easy for starters. Thank you for taking my case. Lion! Oh! Okay, well, that's the start, I guess. There she goes with the nail polish again. That's great, really, it's so cultured. Want to try? I like how she signs it. Oh, really? Girls. The victim, Drew Mesham, was a forger. And the stolen painting was found in the studio. A life of crime, really. Maybe one that led to his death. Ten on the dot. Well, we will now begin the trial for Misham. Is the judge okay? His voice is all raspy and he's looking all around nervous like. The repercussions of today's trial will most likely be felt for a long time and may indeed alter our legal system forever.
Today is a test of the juror system, and the first step toward a new order in our courts.
That is secret mission.
The jurors will function like a jury. It is hoped their inclusion will help the courts to better reflect the people's will.
Why aren't there any jurors in the courtroom?
3 closed-circuit cameras watch this courtroom at all times. The jurors have access to everything that transpires. Jurors, judge well and judge cool.
Now see here, Prosecutor Gavin. I was going to say that.
My apologies here, Sir Judge.
Jurors, today, judge today's trial, cool if you would be so kind.
The jurors are unbound by the letter of the law. They don't affect the trial with evidence, but by their feelings. We're about to find out what effect they're going to have.
Very well, Prosecutor Gavin, the details of the case, if you would.
The victim is the painter Drew Michel. He was killed in his own studio. His coffee was poisoned. By whom, you ask? By none other than the defendant, Farrah Michel.
Objection!
Hey, you can't say that.
There wasn't any poison in the coffee. Someone has been doing their homework. Indeed, the poison was not present in the coffee, but on the mug itself.
The mug? Residue was found on the rim, I see.
The autopsy report describes the matter of our victim's death.
The court accepts this as evidence. According to this report, the victim's death was caused by atropine poisoning.
Chemical compound that does not occur naturally. Lethal dosage is a mere 0.002 milligrams. A touch of atropine in the body.
Why would there be a poison on a tiny portion of the mug?
Well, you're not gonna drink parallel to the handle, and if you know if someone's left-handed or right-handed, that's probably gonna come into play, isn't it? Is the touch of the Reaper's scythe.
Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. You may present.
He cleared his throat. Your witness. I have for you today a simple man for a simple case. A man who witnessed the murder in its entirety. That journalist, no doubt. The witness will state his name and occupation.
All right. Well, for starters, my name's Mark Brushel. My job is a lone observer of the world.
In other words, a freelance journalist, right?
If you don't mind, I'd like to state something here for the record.
Yes, Mr. Brushel.
Aren't those like conclusions, specifically the aspect of jumping to conclusions? Preconceptions make park sandbox of endless desert waste. End quote.
But you are a journalist. You said so yourself yesterday.
Well, that's true, yes. But you must understand, I stand before you today as a man with a dream. I'm offering you my testimony in exchange for exclusive rights to the story. The scoop turns Mr. Brushel into that Mr. Brushel. End quote.
Say your testimony then, shall we?
Simple case, eh, Gavin? For me, the jury is still out. Yo, nice one, Apollo. That was so badass. If you said it out loud, that'd be so cool.
I visited the studio around 9 that night to do the interview. The first outsider to enter the atelier. Journalistic history made, end quote.
Mr. Stuffu, please.
His daughter brought us coffee right after we started. And you know what happened next? Star Falls! End quote. No one else entered the room besides her the whole time.
Why is he twisting his nipples so often? Crazy guy.
That does sound like a simple case. Unless you were the one who poisoned him.
What are you saying, Judge?
Need I remind you the cameras are rolling today?
I felt the need to be a bit dramatic. You didn't do it, did you?
Do a thing like that? Come on, that's like newsmaker making the news, end quote. Or even contemporary witch hunt, end quote. I know, while accusations run courtroom, end quote.
Rock indeed. Prosecutor Gavin sure looks like he's having fun. I'm so happy for him. I wasn't not paying attention during the investigation phase.
Very well, Mr. Justice. Your cross-examination, please.
What we learned is this guy's a fucking asshole. This guy's a fucking dickbag.
I was in the studio around 9 that night to do the interview.
9 at night? Isn't that a little late for an interview?
If the great painter Drew Mishram says come at 9, believe you me, I got 9. The first, and as it turned out, last interview with such a prolific painter.
Right. Can you tell us what it was like when you arrived?
The first outsider to enter the atelier, journalistic history made.
You use them to scrub a swimming pool after summer? Dude, all the piss. You were the first reporter ever in Drew's studio.
Posterity will look back on that night as a turning point in journalistic history. Basically insignificant step for all mankind, but a giant step for that Brushel guy. End quote.
If no one on the outside ever had access to the studio, then it would serve to reason that the deed was done by an insider, by which he means Vera did it. So, how did this epoch-making interview go?
His daughter brought his coffee right after we started.
Would you mind being a little more specific?
Oh, well, let me tell you, I enjoy a cuppa. In fact, it all began when I was in 3rd grade. No, wait, 4th grade. That's not what I meant.
I believe I know what her forehead is driving at. This coffee the victim was served. Did anyone other than the defendant touch it?
Right, that.
That's what I was going to say, really.
Well, now, if you got a question to ask, you'd best straight the basket. That's what I tell all the new recruits, several times if necessary. Write for a grade schooler. That's my motto. Which isn't to say I can only write grade school level stuff, mind you.
Who touched the coffee?
Dunno. Yeah, I was in the back looking at the studio's equipment when she served it.
And what happened next?
And you know what happened? Next star falls, quote.
What's this about a star falling?
Star falls, huh? It's like an old telegram. Send money over.
Kill this guy.
Zowie, you don't know? That's like a journalism code word. An important personage passes away. A star falls, get it?
But there's no gravity in space, is there?
I wouldn't think stars could fall, really.
Does this matter?
Oh boy, this is good stuff, How about star breaks? Nah, lacks budge. I know, star dies. Nah, lacks imagination. Of course, you can go with Drew dies. Straight to the point. I like it.
I think we need to hear about something a little more substantial. You really holding in on the SpongeBob voice for this guy? I don't want to go SpongeBob. Bro! I don't even know what SpongeBob sounds like, bro. So, you drank the coffee that Vera served you, too?
Good! When someone serves you coffee, you drink it.
Activate SpongeBob mode. Activate ball mode.
That's what my old boss always used to say. Never did get what he meant by it, though.
Crappy patties. But you're still alive, which is to say you didn't die.
Of course not. No point falling before you're a star. End quote.
That's not exactly what I was getting at. What were you getting at then? You know the poison was on the rim, not in the coffee.
Oh, yes. There were 2 cups on the tray she brought. One of the cups had Drew's signature painted on the side.
No chance the guest would take that one by mistake, I guess.
Well, Mr. Justice, was that testimony important?
Bro, I was too busy thinking about SpongeBob. I didn't pay attention. Drink the coffee that Vera served you. Of course, when someone serves you coffee, baby, drink it. That's what my old boss always used to say. Never did get what he meant by it, though. So there's just nothing in this coffee. Very important. We're talking about the coffee the witness drank. I'd say that is important. Very well. Please add to that to your testimony, Mr. Russell.
Is that important? I don't know. I drank the coffee too, but I'm not dead yet.
Damn, a shame. You sure you drank the coffee?
Oh, yes. Yes, quite. I gulped it down. Felt that sweet scorch in my throat.
But you say the victim took one sip and fell over. And he still kept drinking.
Of course. Drink your coffee when it's hot, never when it's not. That's what my old boss used to say. Never really knew what he meant by it.
Should I get him to talk about something else? Let's just go with what we have for now. That's not what I meant to click. I'll press on this real quick then. Can you say that for sure?
For sure, sure. I'm sure. Your studio isn't a big place, you know. I know if someone else had come in.
What if they had been hiding in there before? And if someone had been hiding in the studio, they hardly could have poisoned that mug without anyone noticing.
You think Spike Russell would miss something as obvious as that? No way.
He sure makes it sound exciting. I guess that's his job. There's only one moment we need to focus on, really. The moment when Drew Misham died? Exactly. There has to be something there. What happened when he died?
I just looked at him die. Quite dramatic, really. Why did you do that?
About when Miss Sham passed away.
Oh boy, what a scene that was. He puts his coffee mug down with a crash, right?
Yes, and then?
Then the cold finger of death touches his spine. Nice flame sputters and fails. So cold was that touch, he could do not but tremble uncontrollably. Actually, life's flame is a little tired. Life's river froze over. Yes, that's a go.
I think he's starting this article already. Could you describe that a little more simply?
Well, as you can imagine, I was pretty surprised. He hit the floor, as they say.
Next thing you know, starting got low, 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 low.
Artist seizure his final performance, end quote.
A troconite paralyzes the central nervous system. The body arcs back like a bow. Like a bow trembles. That's quite enough of that! Some of us won't be able to sleep tonight.
Oh yeah? Well, I want details, such a juicy details.
For that you can listen to last year's hit single, Act Troconite, My Love, by the Governors, available at all major music outlets. The point here is that the victim died of a troconite poisoning. Well, Mr. Justice, how did you find that testimony? Very important. Well, as an account of the moment of the victim's death, I'd say it's very important. Please add it to the testimony. Very well, the court requests the witness to add this account to his testimony.
Those spasms, that was definitely death by poison.
You say it was definitely death by poison. How can you be so sure?
Hey, look, I'm a journalist. I've seen a lot of things. And I've had more than my share of experiences with so-called poisonings. Man eats fishy fish, goes bye-bye. End quote.
Food poisoning doesn't count. Should I get him to talk about something else? You say Mr. Misham meant the coffee too. But did you actually see him drink the coffee?
Of course. He who sees it wins, but he who says it wins bigger. End quote. I live in a man sees dog eat with dog and writes about it world, yet. Yeah. I guess I can't say I saw him drinking really. Yeah, one so-called sip, if that. Then put sips of mug, then drinks. End quote.
That poison is quite violent, I hear.
My stomach did a so-called somersault. Since I gulped down that coffee without so much as a second glance to it. Wait, maybe something's there. Some kind of a so-called trick. You want to venture a guess, for the record?
Does this guy have a pause button? Well, Mr. Justice, did you find that testimony valuable? I mean, if you've never seen him drink and it takes 15 minutes to take effect, up to 15. The victim drank his coffee, then immediately fell over.
Oh, yes, you can go to the press with that one.
Your Honor, this is a vital piece of information. Please add it to the testimony. Very well, the witness will add this to his testimony.
Vital, right? Yeah, one sip of that. The next moment, he was on the floor.
So he either took a sip or he didn't, and then fell over?
Oh yes, indubitably. Just like that. Wham bam.
So Mr. Masham drank the coffee and fell over immediately. I think Breshel's telling the truth too. No need. There's no real need to change his testimony. The problem with the testimony is already pretty obvious. I meant to click the left arrow, man. I just clicked 3 pixels away from it. I don't see anything else that would relate to the... Oh. No. Yeah? I do recall, like, Sky talking about how it takes up to 15 minutes, but... Which one would imply that? Gavin didn't bring this up, though. We'll do this one. -1 died in tutorial.
Objection!
I knew I should have listened to my hunch, and not my counter hunch. You know what I have a problem with? A particular property of the poison use. Atrocanine. Atrocanine. Oh, prosecutor was quite clear about the poison. Lethal dosage of 0.002 milligram paralyzes the central nervous system. If you drink that, even you, Mr. Justice, will be reduced to a quivering pile. Why are you using me as an example? Fortunately, we weren't told everything. There was a vital omission in Prosecutor Gavin's information. Ellipsis? An omission? Well, it is a Capcom game, so it might as well straight up be the case. Atrocanine is as violent as he says, but death doesn't come upon ingestion, not immediately. That's because atrocanine is a slow acting. Slow acting? What? According to one forensic scientist, it's one of the most violent poisons, but it's absorbed to the body astonishingly slowly. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show. If we suppose that the moment of Mr. Masham sipped this coffee was when he sealed his fate, then he would still have that time left to enjoy his last cup of joe. Yo, what the fuck's that back angle? Order! What's the meaning of this? What the defense says is correct. Why, that contradicts the entire testimony we just heard. Well, Mr. Brushel, anything to say? On the record?
Slow acting. SLOWACT. It was violent, all right? Even then, had already begun dedicating its claws into the journalist.
He's working on his coup.
Objection!
It's Brushel, yeah? Herr Brushel, let's take a trip back down memory lane. Huh? Did the victim really die the instant he took a sip? Think it over. This is vital.
You know what I think? I think that was a not so subliminal suggestion. End quote.
I admit it does cause a problem if he died when you say he died. I would be forced to say well, why the hell to my simple case. And you would be forced to say farewell to your article.
Come again?
You can't write a story based on conjecture, can you? Then as the case drags on, other reporters will pick up the scent. And you'll be forced to kiss your exclusive scoop goodbye. Ach, what they saying?
Scoop.
What the fuck? Stop that.
Look, Pete, just wait a second. Just 1 second.
Well, we're waiting. Out with it.
I think it's just because it's so-called important detail. A revival of recollection, end quote. A story's survival, end quote.
I'm turning young and confused, end quote.
A Actually, I did notice something when I visited the studio. I heard of poison that takes its sweet time, see?
But none of what I've been saying for the last few minutes, apparently. Mr. Brushel, are you saying you know something that explains what happened?
You bet I am. The antidote for poison is contradiction. End quote. You might say.
Or I still have no idea what you're talking about, end quote, I might say.
I figured it out, but only after an in-depth interview. See, thanks to my journalism skills, I know who poisoned that coffee.
Order, order, order! As far as I can tell, the witness is standing by his testimony. That Mr. Misham died the instant after he drank.
Of course, I'm standing by my testimony. I might dream of exclusive rights to the story.
I suppose it was too much to hope for. Well, what was? Of course he wouldn't choose a simple case. Not him. Him? Phoenix Wright. Who else? Huh? Herr Brushel. Report for us, if you would. What is it that you noticed? This court is a critical trial of the jury system. I'm afraid no room for doubt is permissible. You will testify to the court about what you noticed. He started doing backflips. What? It's crazy. He's just an artist.
When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Misham was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. I thought nothing of it at the time, of course. Now that I think about it, what if he was writing a suicide note?
No. A suicide note?
Yes, he had this look on his face. Man's face inscrutable as a quadratic equation. End quote.
Suicide? Poor Mr. Misham. Yeah, we can get to this conclusion. Bam! I won! Defended my person. Defended my defendant. But that means Vera's innocent. Would someone commit suicide in the middle of an interview? Yeah, with this guy? Oh, very well. You may begin your cross-examination. Oh, it's this fucking guy. That's it. I'm killing myself. I can't live with this shame. This is my first interview.
I arrived at the studio. Mr. Michel was at his desk.
Is there anyone at the studio other than Mr. Misham? I would. Guys, it's just a joke, you know. It's not taken too seriously.
Well, his daughter Vera, of course.
Is anyone besides Mr. Misham and Vera present?
Carper. Not a single one. Not a cat, not a rat, not even a mouse.
The only person who didn't belong to that studio there was you, wasn't it, Mr. Brushel?
I know what you're doing. I know your game. Attorney uses classic Grimston phenomenon point. End quote.
If you intend to suggest that this reporter is suspect, I'm sure you also intend to present evidence supporting that assertion, correct? In the meantime, let's move along, shall we?
He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope.
So he put the letter away when he saw you.
Early reporting gets worm. End quote. That's my secret.
I'm not sure I follow.
It's the night of the interview. I arrive 15 minutes ahead of schedule. The handle turns, the door opens, and I barge in.
Are you sure that's okay to do? I mean, isn't that an awful entry? Really?
Unlawful? Mr. Misham sure seemed to think so. You should have seen him. He crammed his air into that yellow envelope as fast as he could.
Damn, he just pulled himself.
I know secret when I spot one, and I was wrong.
That seems significant. Well, Mr. Justice, I wonder. It does have the ring of something important. The defense finds this testimony vital, Your Honor. Very well, please add it to the testimony, then.
Why not? My account comes free of charge. There was a yellow envelope. I heard it was definitely a crime scene. I thought nothing of it at the time, of course.
And you saw him seal this yellow envelope with the letter?
Hey, don't look at me like that. I saw what I saw.
Apollo, you'd think this might be a big break. Yeah. What I need is to show some evidence, some decisive evidence now. Some extra ponage. Let's go through the rest of it. Because we're completionists here. We didn't think anything might be wrong at the time. We're not, but fuck it.
Hey, when I go in for an interview, that's what I'm there to do. Interview finds looking more effective than caring. End quote.
So, what about now? Thinking back on it, did you sense anything strange in Mr. Masham's behavior?
Well, yeah. That's why I'm telling you all this to begin with.
Very well, continue with your testimony. I wonder if they'll ever make a game exclusively from the prosecutor's perspective. Yeah, I was gonna say, well, you don't really, do you? You don't really go through the trials and do you? Investigations? I forgot. Most of the streams I caught was like the walking around and stuff. But also, that's just like. It's like saying, I wonder if they'll ever do this, except that one time they did, but... Yeah, you don't really do classic trials, yeah. Well, one part counts. You know? It's suicide, no?
Yeah, well, yeah, don't quote me or anything. I'm just saying it's a possibility, you know?
You just pick up evidence and that's like, I could bullshit a lot. It's like, how could I bullshit this? And you get 3 options. Yes, that'll be so funny to bring up during court, yes. I can't wait to see the defense attorney's face. Could be a VR experience. So you can shred your guitar just like Gavin does. So you didn't actually check the letter.
Of course not. It was sealed. Contents of can unknown. Contents of can unknown until can is open. End quote.
You can always check the label. Do you think Mr. Masham was writing his suicide note? If he was, that would solve the case in a jiffy. Kinda makes me wonder about that letter. Oh, this red envelope? I mean yellow? Sorry, I mistook myself. As it so happens, there was a single letter in a desk drawer at the scene. In a red envelope! Oh. Okay. Prosecutor Gavin. Yes. Was the yellow envelope found at the scene of the crime? Unfortunately, no. But here for him. It's easy to mistake the color of an envelope. I guess, but not this envelope. You see, it was postmarked already, 7 years ago. Well, Mr. Brushel,
I can explain that. True, right? He wanted to get the letter in an envelope pronto. Get it out of sight of my beady eyes, right? And so he grabbed the nearest envelope and crammed away.
What about the whole red and yellow envelope contradiction, chump?
Well, Mr. Justice, have you anything to say to the witness's claim?
That night, the victim put a letter he had been writing in a red envelope. It's impossible. That's impossible. Ah, I like your expression, so full of confidence. It's simple, really. As it just so happens, the defense team investigated the contents of this envelope with the assistance of a forensic scientist. What? Not that this letter is addressed to Drew Mission. Oh? Why would he address a letter to himself? Is he stupid? Let alone to send a suicide note to himself.
I've been scooped!
Order, order, order! Mr. Brushel, can you explain this to the court? I killed myself.
Oh, me. How could I have forgotten? I suppose this happens to be the best of us. Reporter gets old, forgets lots. End quote.
I'm still waiting for an explanation, Mr. Brushel. 36.
What? Well, that's the thing, see? After he put his letter in an envelope, Mr. Misham sat there searching his desk drawer for something.
His desk drawer.
Yes, a stamp, a so-called postage stamp. Postage, end quote.
A stamp? Whatever for?
Well, to mail his letter, what else? And then, well, yes, I think I saw him put it in his letterbox. Yes, it was a yellow envelope, and he put it in that box.
Well, apparently this is a yellow letter and has nothing to do with the case.
Oh, I wish it did. Just think if that were a suicide note. What a story. So I write suicide note in front of reporter. False, end quote.
As I was saying, that has nothing to do with this case. That's it?
Yes, Your Honor.
It makes me wonder about the contents of that red envelope. $100,000 is quite a good deal of money.
So this was from 7 years ago, yeah? Oh, so am I finished here? I mean, am I finished here? I was thinking of, going home to start writing. I hate to say what should be pretty obvious to anyone, but when you catch the scent of a story, you make that rather unique face. Hey, come on! Attorney has active imagination, little else. Hey, quote.
Even I know something, and my eyes aren't what they used to be. You know, I'm starting to understand what all this perceiving stuff is about.
Judge,
what is going on? My eyes are focusing.
Judge has active imagination, end quote.
Please continue with your testimony. Tell us about the set of a story.
Hey, I'm the one asking the questions here, usually. They should make a game where you get the perspective of the judge. It's like a bunch of cats flowing in front of you, and you have to scooch them over so you pay attention to what's going on.
Oh no, what a cute cat. Oh no.
And then it's timed, and then when the attorney is and this is why, it's oh, and then you have what were they talking about?
The calico cat being so cute. Oh,
beep. Oh, my bad. Actually, it took a bit of work to get a thumbs up on the interview. Reporter Neverage's story gets his interview, end quote. And the story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago. That red envelope probably had something to do with it. Say what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare.
So trying to go to the press with the story. Oh, that's how you got your interview. Blackmail?
Well, yes. I mean, no. It wasn't exactly black. I mean, I'm not
racist. So something wrong, Mr. Breshel?
Look, this is my story. My journalist for his livelihood, end quote.
I see.
Well, you have me chatting away in here. What's going on out there? What if some Wally Wordsworth or Sally Scooper gets wind of my story? They could be going to press while I'm going to waste.
Court feels your pain, Mr. Breshel. Mr. Justice, let's pick up the pace.
Sir, in case 70 years ago. Wait, 7 years ago? Huh? Actually, it took a bit of work to get a thumbs up on the interview.
No, man. I want the press. Don't show me that fucking face.
Hold it! I don't want to look at him. The victim, Drew Misham, had a diversion to reporters. Boy, I guess not even my considerable charms did much for him. Until I finally got my thumbs up, that is. Maybe you can elaborate on that bit for us. Reporter Neverage's story, get his interview, end quote. Hold it!
Exactly what sort of story was this?
Oh, a little one, like I said. Nothing more, nothing less, nothing in between. End quote. I might have suggested I had a lead on this particular story, but I didn't threaten or cajole or anything. An honest
Suggestion was enough to get an interview. Mr. Misham must have really wanted to keep it under wraps.
the story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago.
Certain case 7 years ago. Tell us, what case?
Let me say one thing, Mr. Attorney, and you can quote me on this. I can't talk about that case.
Why not?
It's about journalistic pride and extortionist and credibility and connections. Journalistic reveals sources only for his dead body. End quote. So what'll it be? You gonna strangle me? Dead men don't tell tales, Mr. Attorney.
He sounds pretty determined not to talk. The chances of breaking his will are looking good.
That red envelope had something to do with it. Boy, had something to do with it.
Probably. On the other hand, we have your story, and on the other hand, this letter. What makes you think the two are related?
Oh, I was just saying it's possible. I call it reporter's intuition equal. Hey, I see a lot of things. You gonna pick on all of them apart? Yeah, I guess.
All of them? No, just the incredibly suspicious one.
I see. Anything else to add, Mr. Misham? About Mr. Misham?
Say what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare.
Just how amazing was Mr. Misham's talent?
Huh? Oh, yeah, boy. I mean, hey, and he's a star, man. The star. The flow of his brush is like a great undulating river across the canvas. Artist paints light up, studio like sun. End quote.
This guy's full of wacky gestures, but that one just now was wackier than usual.
You look kind of nervous to me, Apollo.
Definitely. I'm sensing something different than before. He's swallowing. Maybe it's time to bring out you-know-what.
That testimony left a bad taste in my mouth.
It all makes sense. Nothing jumps out as ridiculous.
I wonder what the story he's talking about is. It must have been good to get an interview with a famous recluse like that.
Something powerful enough to drag Drew Misham out of hiding. I wonder. Maybe it had something to do with Mr. Misham's art. Maybe the one before? Stop. Yeah, I wish they would tell you this one looked more sus than usual, like the Fu game. Well, they said that and yet there was nothing. Ears? No. I mean, there's no hands out here or anything. It's gonna be hard to see anything. He's so wacky. This one with a big ass grin. Maybe his the teeth clatters. Eye twitches. Well, shit. Not an Adam's apple, is it? Twitching shoulder, maybe? No?
Maybe it was that one. Maybe his blushes like fade out. I'm imagining things. Huh? This is a final boss of perception. Like, the fucking speed lines make me imagine things moving. I'm freaking out! I already checked this one. There's not much to check here, though. Oh, I never checked this one, if anything. Well, I did, but I backed out fast because I did it by accident. But what's so sus about this? A hair? How? Maybe his nips? Maybe that's why he's doing gang signs every time? They keep them in check. Maybe he's got a vein in his arm. It's tweaking the fuck out. Stick his nipples. A lot of options here. What the fuck? They really want us to look at this guy a while, huh? It's not like... Yeah, I feel like it's the last one. It can't be that the perceive is a red herring. I'd have to just jump the gun. Not bro twitching. Wouldn't make sense if it was down here. Going insane. They all tend to be so easy in our area.
Yeah, well, I'm starting to think that right now. I'm not seeing anything.
Like, we have to point out that he's a forger. But... and he knows this. We don't really have any ways to point that out. Bring on you know what? The perceive button or the painting? Or the stolen painting, I guess? This guy's like, he's a toothbrush, man. There's not much to look at. Does he lose like his 5 o'clock shadow? He'd be good at poker, that's for sure. Drive his opponents crazy. Please, I don't want to look at him again. Hold on. No, there's nothing. Might need to present something instead. Oh. Like, not even the twist of his pen. Not even the ears twitching. Eyes are big and beady as usual. Are his lips like changing? Yeah, I really want to zoom out, but I can't. This is the wrong thing. I forgot I looped. I was like, why is it different? His features are all so big too. We'd see if like the thing was being quirky. Maybe this is his freak out moment, the entire thing? You saw it? Oh, he's sweating, dude. Fuck. Holy shit.
Gotcha!
Why did I not think they could sweat? Fuck. Sweat much, Mr. Brushel? Stinky little guy?
Yeah, well, I can't help his glands, you know?
It's more than that. When Mr. Misham's talent was mentioned, you suddenly began to sweat buckets. Yeah, you had to be really looking at it, because with all the filters on the sides, and became a very subtle.
You're hiding something about his talent. What? This is ridiculous.
Evidence time. Let's show where Mr. Misham's true talent lay. Look, I'm not an armpit guy, okay? It just so happens I have evidence showing the talent mentioned in that letter. Alright, do we show the real one or the reproduction one? Well, I guess that would make sense. To show the one he was reproducing. Or I can't help but wonder what the court is supposed to. Fuck you, man. Oh.
Other than that, you made an horrible mistake. Manburn's Bridge forgets to cross first, end quote.
Show the real one, because that's the one he was copying.
Take that!
Why does that not just lead to the same answer? You know, like that's what I don't get. Like, why is that just like two paths to the same thing? You know, it's got to be brought up. The other one, it's too hard to program, I guess. This painting was found in Mr. Misham's studio. There are two problems with this painting. The first is it wasn't painted by Mr. Misham. The second is that there was another painting in the studio, which looked exactly like this one. Except it was only half done. Then we have a letter discussing a payment of 100,000 K, which suggests 100,000 K. That's a lot of shit. Which suggests a certain business operation, business of making forgeries. Please don't freeze frame that. That is all, Your Honor.
Everyone, please! Everyone! Can't we keep this private? Please! This is my story, my scoop!
Forgery, that's a serious crime.
True Misham is known as an artist these days, but there were rumors he dabbled in another kind of art until a few years back.
An art meeting. Forgery.
True Misham was talented, alright. Talented at making precise, detailed fakes. And the fact that the certain criminal elements were quick to discover.
Criminal elements.
Yikes, Scoop!
What? You can't seriously be talking about.
Exactly. I'm talking about forging evidence. The rumors started circulating 7 years ago.
Oh no! 7 years ago? So how are we to understand that this letter, this payment of 100,000 was for?
Exactly. Forged evidence that's tiny and profit.
So that's why I keep thinking Edgeworth. Right is poor.
Order! Why, it's like our victim was living a double life.
Aha, this is my chance. So the victim had ties to the criminal world, right? He could have had plenty of enemies we know nothing about.
Objection!
This is my first time hearing of this criminal world.
We certainly found no criminal connections when we conducted our investigation.
Objection!
But how do you explain all this money? You have to admit there's a possibility of some illegal activity here.
Objection!
But there's no proof tying this letter to our case. Huh? Our case was and remains simple from the beginning. Only the defendant could have poisoned that mug on me. And you, of course.
Hey, the only thing I poisoned is my pen.
When I'm writing reviews. Mr. Marshall, your testimony to this point has been quite unreliable. It doesn't speak well of your reporting humor.
What are you talking about, man? Journalism is rocket solid. Journalism's so solid you can send an elephant on it. End quote.
In any case, let's hear a summarized recap of your testimony. If we can discern the situation in that studio from the recap, the trial is over.
Apollo, what's he talking about? Cross-examination showed Mr. Brushel didn't have a reason or means to poison him. As long as there are no other suspects, then the killer had to be Vera. That's what. This next testimony is our last chance.
Mr. Brushel, your testimony, please.
Meow. The only other person in the studio that night was the defendant. Miss Vera poured the coffee. She's admitted as much herself. The only thing that touched Drew's lips during that interview was that mug. Nothing left that studio after he died, nothing. Clearly, the only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter. Meow, meow.
A nice testimony. Clear, succinct, and without room for doubt. Oh, is there? I already saw something.
Oh, shucks, you really think so?
I believe this clarifies the situation tonight. Very well, Mr. Justice. We may begin your final cross-examination.
Right. I still have one trump card left to play. I won't let this trial end until I use it.
Meow, meow.
My trump card.
Well, the person that suited that was the defendant.
Hold it!
But that doesn't prove Vera poisoned him.
Objection!
How many times have we heard that one her for? The poison reached its victim via that coffee mug. And from where did that coffee mug come from? Not to beat a dead horse again and again, but perhaps you could fill us in.
I'm on it. You need a horse beat? I'm your man. It was Vera who poured the coffee. She's admitted as much herself.
Hold it!
Meow, meow.
And you witnessed her pouring the coffee.
Of course I didn't witness it. When she came in with a tray, the coffee was already poured in the steaming.
Let's not forget the defendant has admitted to pouring the coffee herself. I heard her statement. I poured, I served, and I killed.
What?
That last part was just a little joke.
I don't think I'm going to get anywhere with this coffee mug.
I need to find another weak spot in this case. Haha, that little joke of murder.
The only thing that touched the Drew's lips during that interview was that mug.
Okay, never mind. I thought it was like the only thing that poison touched the
Hold it!
I still think the little frame has to come in play here. You sure about that?
Well, to be really, really precise, I was busy gobbling mint candies the whole time.
One of those candies might have been poison. Yet at the time of the autopsy, no fresh fragrance of mint filled the room, and no mint residue was found. It was a long shot anyway. Don't tell me you're still trying to prove this. You think the victim ate, drank, or otherwise ingested something other than coffee?
Well, Mr. Justice, if you have some proof.
The possibility's there, I can feel it, just maybe not prove it, not yet. The possibility isn't going to cut it, not now. So much I've ingested that poison via a route other than that coffee. Not yet. It can't be proven. I do believe a little forehead is growing up. Pity. We like the rash, real full forehead best. The rash real full. A hole in this case that needs plugging before I can prove anything. But first things first. I'd better uncover a weak spot before I try to strike again.
On with the cross-examination.
Nothing left that studio after he died. Nothing.
Hold it!
Not one thing? You're sure?
Yep, sure as sure can be. Well, with one exception. What exception? What? Journalist Spike Brushel does interview. Leaves studio. Ain't quote. Come on. It's a joke. Get it? Not funny, I know, but still. Yeah, wanna hear my joke? You piece of shit. Die. Did something leave the studio that night? Why does that sound familiar? Why I've heard something like that before. Now that we've proven our witness is a comedian of sorts, I'd like to turn our defense attorney before returning to the testimony. Do you have any idea of what if anything might have left the studio that night? You don't think of a single thing. If anything did leave, wouldn't Mr. Brushel have noticed? That I would. Nothing to have saved myself, of course. Say that again and you'll be held in contempt of court. Let's get back to the cross-examination then. Clearly, I don't want to get a poison it was your daughter. You say clearly as though it were obvious. But this claim that the defendant poisoned the victim is merely conjecture. Yes, well, you see, I'm in my business, see? It's all about making the most ridiculous things sound right. A bad habit, I know. Oh, well, actually, I guess this is more a case of a ridiculous journalist sounds wrong. Court is forced to agree with you. Please refrain from with wild conjecture. Understood loud and clear. Only I could believe that. What do you think, Apollo? Everything he's saying seems so not flawed. Well, that's kind of what you want to test from a testimony, really. I need to keep my eye on what matters. How and why was Drew Michel killed? If I report the coffee, that's not going to change. If that coffee didn't kill him, I need to find what did and prove it.
I guess I push here and show this. Because why is that tiny frame empty? That's like the only thing I can think of. I really just want to present that tiny frame, but it's the only path I could take right now. Just one thing. I think one thing might have very well have left the studio that night, actually. A certain something that has vanished from the crime scene. Well, I guess the poison could... Yeah, by which you mean? Something other than our witness? Of course. Don't tell me. Vera Michel.
Believe me, any comic relief I may provide is entirely unintentional.
Let's see what you've got for us, Mr. Justice.
Well, this thing wasn't at the scene of the crime, so I can't show it to you. But I do have evidence that shows it could have been taken from the scene. Yeah, this implies enough.
The tiny frame! I find prosecutor even more amusing than this guy, really.
That was comic relief. Why did I not feel amused?
What?
There goes my career in stand-up.
Well, this thing was a...
I show the autopsy report to imply the poison. Because what else? You know, I got implied it was poison, and then I like, bam! We found this poison on there. I mean, I feel like they should all... Well, the tiny frame was not brought into play here, so it's kind of out of question, but either the autopsy report or the coffee cup could work, because they have, like,
They're implied to have a trichinine on it. I don't want to take another hit. Not at the scene, so technically this autopsy report was not at the scene. Guys, it was from here. Stick it to the magic show. That shows it could have been taken from the scene. That shows how it could have been taken from the scene. Oh. That's what I mean.
Take that!
Oof. Almost I almost read the wrong way. This is the only link between the studio and the outside world. A letterbox. What did Mr. Brushell just tell us? When he entered the studio on the night of the murder, the victim had just finished writing a letter.
Yeah, I said that, and yeah, it was true.
Furthermore, you went on to tell us that he put the letter in a yellow envelope and put it in the letterbox.
Ah!
The very same letterbox was empty. In other words, that night, the yellow envelope disappeared.
Objection!
Ah, yes, intriguing. So an envelope had disappeared from the scene of the crime. Of course, this changes nothing. Huh?
There's a point, Mr. Justice. What we're trying to figure out is how the poison got into Mr. Michel. It's really important that this envelope the witness says you saw disappear?
Well, if it did disappear, then something did leave the studio that night. That seems very important to me.
Very well then, the witness will add this to his testimony. You got it.
I still think this fails to change anything here for him. I wouldn't be so sure. A letter disappeared from the crime scene that night. This is exactly the opening I've been looking for.
There was put in the post from the studio that I hardly think that matters.
Hold it!
Nothing could be more serious than an envelope disappearing from that studio, and you were hiding that fact from us.
Yes, well, actually...
I don't argue the possibility of that a letter disappeared from that studio. But her forehead, isn't that a much more serious question before us? Right, how Mr. Misham was poisoned, I know. But Mr. Brushell's testimony has changed, which means that facts of the case have too. And what he's told us means something entirely different now. I'm starting to think. Let's keep thinking, Apollo. Was it a postal stamp in that tiny frame? But it was poison on it, so you like puckered up and then I gotta talk to what though?
Objection!
Proof is possible. Here goes nothing. I feel it's a long shot, but... And an emergency hunger sign just got back. Did I miss everything? Yes. You do understand what we need, yeah? Proof here forehead, not possibilities. Of course, and Prosecutor Gavin, I hope you understand. I'm ready to give you that proof. What did you say? Have proof of the disappearing envelope.
I saw him writing a letter, I did. Which was picked up by the mailman, I assume.
The Postal Service. Of course, which means that envelope had a stamp on it. Thank you, Apple.
Just such a god.
As we all know, stamps come with dried glue on the back. In order to use the glue, you have to wet it. by licking a stamp.
Objection!
No one worth talking to actually licks stamps in this day and age.
Objection!
Even if you wanted to talk to him, you couldn't. He's dead after all.
Objection!
Okay, so he licked a stamp. But wait, how does that explain the atrocanine on the rim of the coffee mug?
Objection!
If he licked the back of a poisoned stamp, the poison would get on his tongue, yes? What would then happen if he put the what would then happen if he put the coffee mug to his mouth, huh? Those traces on the mug weren't the killer's doing. It was the other way around. What? The coffee mug didn't poison Mr. Michan. Mr. Michan poisoned the coffee mug himself. No, that poor coffee mug. Order, order, order! What? But that doesn't. Recall, if you would. Atrocanine is a slow-acting poison, yes? The poison entered his body when he put the stamp on that envelope. But his time wasn't up until the very moment he touched his lips to that cup of joe.
There's something to add, Mr. Brushel?
Uh-oh, his nose is picking up another sound. Let's get testimony from the coffee mug. Ooh, ooh, ooh. As I believe I mentioned earlier.
Well, that's the thing, see? After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Bishop sat there searching his desk drawer for something. Yes, a stamp, a so-called postage stamp. End quote.
Postage?
But you know, I don't seem to remember him ever finding one. Maybe you just ran out?
Incidentally, we searched the desk drawer at the scene of the crime. There were no stamps. Not a single one. Huh?
That does pose a problem. Why will you prove that the stamp was coated with poison?
Actually, I'm glad no other stamps were found. It makes proving the stamp they used was poisoned possible. Good show, good show. You can't even prove there was a stamp at the scene in the first place.
Sniff, sniff, naysayer. Well, let's hear what the defense has to say anyway. What's your evidence that he proves the existence of this poison stamp? Maybe a frame fit for a little stamp?
Take that!
Well, that certainly is a cute little frame, and by no, I mean really, really little.
It was on the victim's desk, Your Honor. Quite empty, as you can see for yourself. I noticed that too during my inspection. So what? Apparently you weren't as observant as you should have been. You see, when he saw this frame, it was missing something quite important.
Missing something?
Yes, a pale bluish stain on the inside of the frame.
Atrocanine residue.
What? Why wasn't I told about this? The frame is only 2 inches square. The face of the frame is even smaller. Maybe an inch wide at most? You aren't saying. Oh, but I am. Tell me, what fits in such a small frame? A commemorative stamp, perhaps?
Order, order! Order! The poison stamp was in this frame?
Impossible.
Prosecutor Gavin!
Why would he put something like that on his desk? Don't tell me he had it there so he could commit suicide if the mood struck.
You know, can I say something? Yeah, I had a thought, see? What, Mr. Russell? Please stop jittering around like that. The victim was a forger, right? There's a lot of money in that line of work. Forger forges friends, makes enemies too. End quote.
So the poison stamp might have been a murder weapon aimed at him.
Objection!
Whoever said that red letter, there's no way Atrocanine could stay active for 7 years, right? Maybe he's just never sent. Well, I mean, he had the envelope, so he never like. Did he need to send it back? Send a receipt once you've confirmed the transfer. You would send it back, right? Send the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days.
Air guitar warhead? Oh, shit.
Oh, rich. That's rich. Leave the ridiculous flights of fancy to the governor's songs lyrics, please. Aye, something we agree on. I don't know. Maybe it was kept because it was like in preserved. I don't know. I've never handled poison before. So I got no expertise in that. The stamp was a murder weapon? Nonsense. Murder is a simple who would go to such lengths? No one. Oh, I disagree. Come again? Recall, if you would, the victim's reclusive lifestyle. Yeah, I guess he wouldn't have any reasons to leave if someone was out to kill him. Drew Misham hid from the world. He avoided meetings. His only contact with the world, the outside world, was the mail. The mail! Now, if you wanted to kill someone you couldn't meet, but you knew red letters, the stamp would be the perfect weapon. Ridiculous. Where's your proof? I want proof. Show us evidence that this poison stamp was sent to him as a murder weapon. What? I might not have evidence, per se, but things are finally starting to come together. What is it, Apollo? Your fists are trembling. I think I know what happened. I don't believe it, but I can see it. I think I know how Mr. Misham was killed. Well, fill us in, Mr. Justice. A certain piece of evidence points to the truth, Your Honor. I can show you how someone with the intent to kill sent Mr. Misham to the stamp of death. I mean, it says the enclosed stamp here, so I may as well present this. I want to see if they're like... No. Well, isn't this the envelope? One from 7 years ago? Think about the text of the letter again. There were 2 pages in the envelope. This is page 1. And this is page 2. I want to draw your attention to one phrase in particular. Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. The enclosed stamp, Your Honor.
Oh!
In other words,
if I have this straight, yeah, the stamp poison on the stamp. Lick.
and go. Now, what if he had done exactly as the letter asked? He would sign the document, put it in the envelope, and put the stamp on it, right? Then he would put it in this letterbox. 15 minutes wouldn't have elapsed between affixing the stamp and mailing the letter. But the clock started ticking, and when the time came, he drew his last breath. And the murder weapon would be taken away from the scene.
Quite conveniently, thanks to the postal system.
Such a splendid imagination you have there, forehead. Let me confirm one thing with you, if I may. So, this poison stamp was inside this envelope from 7 years ago, yeah? Is that what you'd have us believe? Really? Well, it is a little bit of a stretch, but there's a possibility. Yes, a very small possibility. How small, I wonder?
How small is that stamp?
A poison stamp in this envelope? A stamp that then became the murder weapon. How do you intend to prove this seeming coincidence?
Well, it was 7 years ago, and we don't even know who sent that letter.
And your answer is silence. I see. Very well, I move to... It's not nice to pick on the Fraulein, Clavier. Why is he here? Oh.
Emma! Well, like my Christoph Gavin impression? Did I sound like him? Don't quit your day job.
Don't you have a crime scene to be looking after, Fraulein Detective?
Yeah, the postal servants are getting too much power, just like the 25th Ford. Yes! Let's go, we can get the 25 Ford reference even more in this play, man. Can we get up to 7? Someone had to come dig you all out of the mess you're making at this case. Mess?
You know, none of this would happen if you just trusted in the science a little more.
You can find out if that stamp was in that envelope easy.
Care to explain yourself, Fraulein Detective?
Tell me all you want, but science is on my side. It's all in the residue, right? That's right. The poison detection spray.
Use the red envelope at once. You can open it on the authority of the court.
That's barely use space. Whoa!
Would you look at that?
No mistaking it. That's that troconine residue.
I don't believe it. A murder weapon from the past? No, 7 years later, it bears its fangs at last.
Objection!
Absolutely outrageous. Tell me why. Why didn't this murder take place 7 years ago?
Well, I don't know.
Well, there's one possibility. Maybe Mr. Misham figured it out.
Figured what out?
He realized that the person who sent that letter wanted him dead. So he sent his reply with a different stamp.
And put his decisive evidence in the frame? He's still here.
Can I make a statement here on the record? I, Spark Razor Toothbrush, will claim this coop as mine. True, Misham killed in cold blood by sender of 7-year-old letter. End quote. No, maybe something more suspicious. Star falls after 7 years delay. End quote.
Order! I see no room for further argument here. Though I admit that this is all coming as quite a shock. To think that the murder weapon reached his mouth after 7 years. Stamp is stick it straight to the afterlife, end quote.
Uh-oh, I think the witness is bad influence on our judge.
I see no need for further debate on this matter. The sender of that letter 7 years ago could hardly have been our defendant.
Apollo, I think we just won.
Very well. This court finds the defendant.
Objection!
Oh, the jury says Oh, the jury's like, yeah, that's cringe. Guilty. Is this the bright future of a legal system?
Prosecutor! Gavin!
A ticket to the afterlife from 7 years ago. Tickets for Gavin's shows are invalid after 2 weeks.
But it doesn't make sense any other way.
It boggles my mind that so many people haven't noticed this. There's a fatal contradiction in her forehead's claim.
Contradiction?
A poison stamp was placed in this envelope 7 years ago, whereupon it was framed until now. If that's the case, then why would Drew Misham have done what he did?
Emma explained that. He must have realized it was poison.
Therein lies the rub. 7 years ago, the forger Drew Misham sensed a trap and put the stamp in a frame. I do not rebate this, but this begs the question. Why 7 years later did he use that stamp on the night of the murder?
He forgot.
Surely you don't mean to suggest that Mr. Misham simply forgot. He put the murder weapon in the frame on his desk for 7 years and forgot. You expect us to believe he sprang the trap on himself?
Ah!
I put poison knives in my kitchen drawer for this exact reason.
Rega, don't say that. Well, I admit this is all quite shocking myself. It does seem highly unlikely that he would fall afoul of a trap that had been sitting on his desk for 7 years.
Okay, Mr. Gavin, but with your proof he didn't do that, huh? Yeah, exactly.
Checkmate.
Apollo! I don't think we're winning anymore.
I don't know, man.
I'm glad to see we're all back in the real world now. Welcome back to reality. We've been waiting for you.
Bro, you were pulling this type of bullshit last game. Shut the fuck up. Hey, then how do you explain the poison stamp that was in this envelope?
The poison stamp? What exactly is this poison stamp again? Have you brought it to court for us? I see no proof that such a thing ever exists.
Objection!
What about the troconine residue, huh?
Oh, I agree. That does seem to be troconine residue.
But her forehead, it's certainly no stamp.
Yeah, but
Even if your press's poison stamp did exist, Drew Mesham never would have used it. That is all.
Yeah, can we get the jury's input on this, man? Who said the prosecutor could talk about this?
I believe it comes to a conclusion again.
Just gotta hope that they're on our side and we win. Apollo, were we wrong the whole time?
I can't believe it. The poison traces match up. It can't be coincidence.
I'd like to bring some closure to this issue sometime this year. Mr. Justice?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's review the facts and see where we stand. 7 years ago, Drew Mesham received a red envelope. There were traces of the poison and troconine on the document inside that envelope. A similar trace was also found at the scene of the crime scene, on this tiny picture frame. The defense has indicated the possibility of a yellow envelope. An envelope that left the scene of the crime with a poison stamp on it.
Yes, but even if this envelope contained a poison stamp, and Drew Mesham, knowing this, put it in a frame, he never would have used that stamp. Well, maybe he really needed a stamp. It was his last resort. And it's like, well, I guess I gotta die now because I gotta use this. I can't do anything about it. I've been sheltered for 7 years. I can't go outside. I don't know how that works. Would you rather go outside? If you hate going outside, would you rather go outside and buy a stamp? Lame, right? Or would you use the one that's right there, but it's also poisoned? Of course you'd use the one that's poisoned. That's way less effort.
I'm afraid you're right. Which means there's a fatal flaw in the defense's case.
I haven't been on the wrong track this whole time. I'm sure of it. The traces of troconine, the envelope, the frame, and Drew Mesham's mysterious death. They're all connected somehow.
Well, Mr. Justice, do you have a conclusion for us?
The defense stands by its case, Your Honor. We've seen that the logical outcome of the evidence makes no sense, which means that one of our clues must be a fake. Ah, fake clue? Fascinating. And if we find this fake, your wild fantasies will prove quite reasonable, yeah? Old and tired. The fake clue that's thrown us off the poison's trail is none other than...
Drew Mesham. The victim was a fake clue? I'm afraid I don't understand.
I'll explain. Please, Apollo, I don't know. We have an envelope, a frame, and a mug, linked by poison. That all makes sense. What doesn't make sense is the victim himself.
Objection!
It was you, Gavin.
Congratulations, you've completely lost me. So the fake evidence is none other than the master of fake himself, the forger. It makes a good story, I'll give you that. A fake clue? Fakes, forgeries. Ah! I know that face. I just had an idea face. I don't know if I'm right, but I'm going with it anyway. He forged a twin, that's why he had a laboratory, bro. What if our forger is the fake? Come again? 7 years ago, our forger sniffed a trap and stepped aside. 7 years passed. Now the forger stumbles into that very same trap and dies. Why?
That's what I want to know.
Because the forger who was killed was a fake. Here we are again. The victim was a fake. One forger smelled the trap. One forger fell into the trap. That's two forgers, and one of them was a fake. Help.
Order, order, order.
So you're telling us that Drew Mesham, the victim, was a fake. Well, if he was the fake, who was the real forger?
Fuck, we're back to the same point now.
You'd better not be claiming there was some kind of switchery.
I'm afraid you're going to have to back up your story. Mr. Justice, show us who the real Drew Mesham was.
Drew Mesham wasn't the real forger.
There's only one other person it could have been. Understood, Your Honor. Forger Drew Michel was himself a forgery. The real forger was... Well, she would have been 12 by then. I guess it's the same twist. Accusing your client. There can only be one explanation, really. Well, I mean, like... I forgot his name, but he's also like a child prodigy, so... The real identity of the forger known as Drew Mesham is none other than his only daughter, Farah Mesham. Order! Mr. Justice, this is going on in the lab even for you. I kind of agree. I mean, Farah, forger? It's considered before you write it off entirely. If you look at the paintings in the studio, one fact becomes quite clear. Forgery had been taking place in that studio for quite some time. Thinking? Machi, yeah, that's it. We'll see how it goes. The forger wasn't caught in that trap 7 years ago. This can only mean that the one who was caught in the trap wasn't a forger. Well, actually, that does make a certain kind of sense. One more thing. Only 2 sets of fingerprints were found in the forger's studio. Drew Mesham's and Vera Mesham's. Gavin just looking with doing the bottom sound. If we know that Drew Mesham wasn't the forger, that leaves only one possibility. By process of elimination. Forger was Vera Mesham. Well? Forged this. Well, she's doing it right now. She's doing the same riffs, dude. Fascinating. Vera Mesham? Been paying attention to the trial so far. Let's just ask you and be done with it, shall we? Who are you? Who is the forger, Drew Mesham? Was that an expression of emotion I saw on her face? She's staring holes into Prosecutor Gavin's face. I'm used to being stared at by Frauleins, believe me. Though they usually talk to me too. Tell us, were you the one who forged those works of art? Yes? So the forger, Drew Mesham, was you? Yes, it was me, Theory I. What? What? Court was in an uproar, and it wasn't coming down. We had to break for a 10-minute recess. Trying to think about like the courts behind the art pieces, though. The trials before the cases. Who was making those? Was Vera making this stuff on top? But why would they just sell off the fake evidence afterwards by stealing important paintings and forging them and then selling them to criminals? Kill yourself with a necktie.
Swiss cheese.
So where exactly does this leave us, Apollo? Was phonics even the prodigy? Well, the Drew Misham was killed. Wasn't Drew Misham the forger, basically? What was it? Huh? Well, then who was he? Well, he was actually doing your nails. So, you really made those forgeries?
Yes, for father. I know it was wrong. Did you tell us how it happened? My father was a painter. I loved painting ever since I was a child. One day, father saw it in me. He saw that I had the talent.
The talent for making forgeries?
How should I say it? It was not only paintings I made. Given the materials, I could make anything.
Anything? Even Super Mario Bros. For the Super Nintendo? The Nintendo? Super Mario Bros. Super Nintendo 3?
Game Boy. Father was so proud, and I was so happy.
You can even draw emoji.
But in the end, I was making those forgeries. I've never had a good constitution nor personality. I know very little of the world outside my door. Now, because of me, father is... Do you know about this red envelope? I remember that envelope. It was some time ago.
So you were already you already creating your works back then.
I started when I was only 12 years old.
So the one who figured out the stamp was poison, that was... Mr. Justice, it's time to the courtroom, please.
Right. Out of time at the most important part. Wait, Farrah, just one more thing, please. Those 3 paintings in the studio. I painted those as part of my work. Right. See, we checked them out and we saw what was underneath. We saw the rough sketches underneath the 3 finished paintings.
Yeah, if we extend it, can you finish that sentence you were gonna say?
I see. Mr. Justice?
Yes?
Father, he knew of you. Of both of you.
Your late father?
He was watching, gathering information. All about the Wright & Co. law offices.
But lately, we're not doing just law.
Yes, you do tricks, gags to amuse, and play piano.
Well, they're not really gags.
Yet when father heard you had resumed the legal business, how pleased he was. Who was Mr. Misham?
How am I supposed to know?
What if he was Daddy's daddy?
Judging from the relative ages involved, I'd say it's highly unlikely.
Things are already confusing enough with all these daddies running around.
All these daddies.
You know that the victim's daughter, Farrah, was the forger. What does this mean for the case? Guess we're about to find out.
Court is now back in session. Oh man,
Farrah seems pretty tense. She's practically chewing her fingernails clean off. Perhaps you could begin by telling us how it all worked. How did you set up this Drew Misham forger persona?
There's that stare again. She's drilling more holes into his head.
I know it's hard for you, but hey, he's a handsome guy.
What's hard? Very well, miss, if you would. Did you really make those detestable forgeries?
Sinful
Forgeries.
Perhaps you'd rather answer my question. Were you the one who painted that painting? The remarkably similar one. Yes. I painted it, yes. Father pays me quite highly for it.
So she was the one who made the forgeries.
Yet she did not wish to reveal the truth of their operation. So the victim was a stand-in, a decoy. To the world at large, he was a forger, not her. I've done a bad thing. haven't I? Regardless, we need a little more information. About, for instance, this. Huh? You have seen this before, huh? Yes, it was in the desk drawer.
Very well, you may proceed with your testimony. Tell us everything you know about this envelope.
I created things and Father sold them. This envelope came after my first work. That was, other than a painting. Father handled the deal, all of it. I received a stamp that was in that envelope. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio.
There certainly was much of great interest in your testimony.
Not that the witness realizes it.
Very well, please begin the cross-examination.
Right. Okay. I need more information about this forgery. This true mission. Yo, I got healed. Great things and Father sold them. So, these things you were making, you mean paintings identical to other paintings, right? The closer they were, the happier Father was. I was happy too.
Still, you're quite young now. When did you begin this work?
My first painting sold when I was 12.
Your Honor, she had no idea what she was doing. What she was doing was illegal.
Objection!
Easy there, little attorney. You're not here to defend her for the crime of forgery.
True. Please tell us more about this envelope. This envelope that may very well have killed your father.
All right. This envelope came after my first work that was other than a painting.
Hold it!
By other than a painting, you mean? Only done paintings up to that point. Yes. But Father had a realization. He noticed my talent extended to making things other than paintings. For instance, a letter someone had written, or a fingerprint left upon a cup, or a signature on a document, a seal upon a letter.
None of this makes her sound very innocent at all.
Bro, she can copy a fucking fingerprint?
That's crazy. And 100,000 promise. This letter was the start. The beginning of a new industry for Drew Michel.
A new industry?
The creation of items to be used in criminal proceedings. Forging evidence, in other words. Uh-oh. Father handled the deal, all of it.
Uh-oh.
So you didn't know how the things you were making were being used? I enjoy painting very much. I think I understand. The Fraulein has lived in an unusual little world. Can you tell us what happened to the papers that were in this envelope? Father signed them and sent them back, I believe. Did he follow the instructions? Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp.
This is a rather important matter. Give your answer some thought.
I received a stamp that was in an envelope. What do you mean, you received it? Did I do something wrong?
You didn't use that stamp because it was dangerous, correct? Deadly poison on the back? A trocanine?
Objection!
A moment, Herr Forehead. Can't force an answer upon the witness. Now then, perhaps you would tell me, Fraulein Vera, why did you receive this stamp?
Is something wrong?
It was beautiful.
Ah, you mean it was one of those commemorative stamps?
She's gonna run out of paper, bro.
Yes, I think it was. So you didn't know about the poison? I guess not. So the trap fell by chance, by mistake, thanks to this commemorative stamp. Quite a close call.
Aw, dude, and she made a forgery of the stamp so you could use that to sand that. Because she liked the original so much. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio.
You mean you moved to where the current Drew studio is?
Yes, we saw very few people there. I began drawing pictures, books.
A single job had tied them to the criminal underworld. I think Mr. Masham wished to reduce their visibility in the world at large.
When we had to meet someone for some reason, Father posed as the creator of the work.
So that was the real essence of the artist's true mission. He did the work and he supplied the face. So you really didn't know anything, did you? You had no idea how much danger you were in. Apparently not. About this commemorative stamp, could you tell us more about it?
It was very pretty. And more than that,
Yes?
it was a picture of people I liked at the time.
This is something new. Apparently, we've got some cross-examination yet ahead of us. If you would be so kind as to continue your testimony, Fraulein.
The stamp was a picture of my favorite magicians, so I kept it.
Magicians?
I love mysterious things. I always have. Even though she fainted when she saw Mr. Hat.
You're confusing mysterious with freaky.
Father took me when I was very young. It was a great magic show. I loved it so much. See? Isn't it magic great?
Fine, great, yeah, sure. No need to get all excited.
But the magic troupe we saw disbanded soon after. I was quite sad.
Did she just say what I think she said? Magic troupe. Where have I heard that before? Red envelope came after she completed her first job. And makes it a letter from her client, whoever wanted a forgery made.
Apollo!
We're close. We just have to piece together the parts. A deadly weapon in the red envelope. And a path it took to take Drew Misham's life.
Great things that Father sold them.
Yeah.
Objection!
Those magicians you like. Was it this bunch?
Apollo, they're not a bunch.
I see. Still, I have to wonder. Why include a commemorative stamp like that in a business letter?
Good question. Well, pretty stamp's always better, and you can't beat true grammarly.
Our whole murder plan was a failure, cousin. Ironic, don't you think? Prosecutor Gavin? Prosecutor Gavin? Grammary. What's with Gavin? Might I ask just one question of this witness? In your testimony just now, you stated this was your first work that was other than a painting. Please, tell me, what exactly did you make?
Can I ask why?
No! Answer the question. Now! Prosecutor Gavin, you're usually not the one whose volume concerns me. Yes, it is unbecoming of me. I apologize. But I must know. Please, Miss Misham, tell me.
It was a book. A single page in a book.
A book? Please be more specific.
It was a handwritten book. Like a diary.
No! I don't... No!
What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks like he just saw a ghost.
Mr. Sham, this book. Was there a picture of a silk cap on the back cover? Yes or no?
How? How did you know?
Prosecutor Gavin, the defendant is answering all of your questions. Stop badgering her. He's told you nothing, has he? Your soiled, sullied mentor. Nothing? Sullied? Who? Phoenix Wright. Who else?
Daddy?
He never told you about the trial 7 years ago? About how he came to lose his attorney's badge? Huh? It was a certain piece of evidence that decided his fate, you know. A certain diary. On the back, it bore the mark of a silk hat.
What?
Phoenix Wright? Tossed out of the profession by false evidence. The forger who made that evidence. Is this girl standing right in front of me? Vera, you must tell us. The evidence you made was used in a trial 7 years ago. Who asked Drew Misham, you, to forge that evidence? For all of our sakes, who was it?
We only met once.
You met the client? Well, who was it?
It was... What's going on with Vera? She's staring at Prosecutor Gavin's face again.
Yes, what? Is there something about me?
I remember clearly. I remember who gave me the book, the diary.
Christophe? Who was it? Vera! What? Satan himself? That's messed up, bro.
The defendant Vera Misham, condition unconscious. Examiner's diagnosis, acute crocodile poisoning.
A lot of Ace Attorney fans were unhappy with this supernatural twist.
This ends the recording of the trial for the murder of Drew Misham. Vera Misham was, during the trial, poisoned by an unknown assailant. The doses were just under the lethal amount, sparing the defendant's life. She is currently in intensive care and is not to be disturbed for any reason. A very simple case at first glance, until it finally began to show its true colors.
No, it's the joke about Satan himself showing up.
Yes, I would like you to forge evidence. Yeah, I'm going back to hell now.
The long road to the truth takes us to the record of another trial. In some ways, that was the starting point of it all.
What?
And that is where we must go. Third of the way? Perfect. We can go another 2 hours to find the whole truth. This just means that Yeek will be delayed a week. That's all.
Because the update's finally coming out next week. Yeek! I'm yeeking out, bro!
Is that a good stopping point? We're only 4 hours in. Next stream's gotta be like freaking 8 hours, bro.
But it is a good, like, in-betweener. It's only a game of poker. A game I've played for a long time. And only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed? Of course. Well, seems I found the partner I've been looking for all along. Over a game of cards? Who's speaking? Why, yes, over a game of cards. That was how we first met. 7 years ago. Phoenix Wright's final trial! I mean, stopping after this dreamlike flashback would probably be good. Yeah, okay, it's been a long time since I've felt like such a
No,
rookie.
you're kidding. Wow, the plot thickens.
Got to try and relax. Hi, good morning, Mr. Enigma. I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly. I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure I'm prepared. I understand I am asking the impossible.
Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards.
And that was enough.
Actually, it wasn't, trust me. What, little monkey? Oh, morning, Daddy. Morning, Daddy. Oh.
I'm so glad you came.
You okay, Daddy? They picking on you?
I'm fine as always. This old boy is here to help me after all. That's young man to you. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have.
Thanks, my first show's today after all.
Oh, I'm sure it is. What the heck is she talking about?
Oh, old boy.
Huh? Me? Look what he started.
Here.
What's this? Seems fate's clock will make me wait a little longer. At least only less than 10 swift minutes from me. To all those who have supported me in my life's work, I give thanks. Farewell. Magnified Grammary.
I don't know, I just got it over there now. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important.
Ah. So the page she copied was from the will. Was this a memo for you of some sort? Not from the looks of it. What is this? Looks like a page from someone's diary. I'll give it a read later. Yeah, what? What is that? There, you got fucked. Oh, that's what the beep beep was. Damn, the golden gun? What an honor. Oh, April 13th? Loss of blood from bullet wound. Note, malignant tumor found in victim's rear liver. So he was about to die. Either way. Someone came and charmed him. Well, how do you feel about the trial today? We'll get through it, somehow. Incidentally, the prosecutor today is a new guy, I hear. Ah, an easy win then, yes? They're calling him a true thoroughbred in the history of the prosecutor's office. Of course, there's one of those every year. Switching of attorneys just before the trial. I know it is a difficult situation I put you in. But allow me to say one thing, Mr. Wright. Yes, they will not be able to pronounce me guilty today. So do your best, but do not worry. First time a defendant's ever given me a pep speech. I'll do what I can. Ha ha ha. I see you do not understand. You see, it would be impossible for them to declare a verdict. Impossible? Yes, isn't that right, Trucy?
Yep, you bet, Daddy.
My first look at the case was only yesterday, and the information I was given was a tad bit lacking, to be honest. Still, I'll do what I can for their sake. I believe the curtains will be lifting any time. I am in your capable hands, Mr. Wright. My client is Shady Enigma. Huh? Huh? Unknown to the world as Zach Gramarye, a wild popular magician, star of True Gramarye. His mentor, Magnified Gramarye, was a rare breed of magician. He single-handedly ushered in a golden age of stage magic until he was shot dead. And Zach Gramarye is the suspect.
Shady guy.
No wonder Christoph wanted to kill that guy.
Court is now in session for the trial of Shady Enigma.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Is the prosecution ready?
I was this thinking. Is this what all the fuss is about? A bit of a buzzkill, really.
Buzzkill? Is this some new kind of crime?
One of the worst. This is a trial, yeah? Where are the sweaty palms? The pounding hearts? Gaviner's concert's got 10 times the thrill this kick's got.
Who are you again?
Clavier Gavin. I came to get the party started. Legally, yeah?
Gavin, defense attorney Christoph Gavins.
Figures my bro's more famous in this part of town.
Don't they?
Clavier Gavin. Lead singer for the mega hit band, the Gaviners. You're out of your league, rock boy. I know what you're thinking. You're out of your league, rock boy. True, my debut single, 13 Years, Hard Time for Love, went platinum overnight. But that's just a hobby to me compared to this, yeah? Talkative, aren't you? I like your affected Euro rock accent, by the way. I'm just getting warmed up. Hannah Tony Wright.
Perhaps you would be so kind as to fill us in on the case?
Baby. Time to call in the opening act. What was his name again? Ah, yes. Detective Gumshoe. Hit it! I won't switch places with anyone tonight. And you are?
Hey, you were the one who called me up here, sir. Name's Dick Gumshoe. I'm a homicide detective down at the precinct.
Detective Gumshoe. Long time no see. If I recall correctly, in the DS version, Phoenix was still using his GPS pipe, so he looked crusty. Yo. I wonder if the next AA will be voice acted.
Finally, that's who we've been waiting for.
Yeah, I was wondering if would he show up?
Hey, you.
Me? Well, Morgan treatment. I don't know why I had Merrigan in it.
Today's the day, pal. Today I win and you lose. I got confidence in my testimony today, see?
Alright, we got 2 more games of Gumshoe after this. True. What? You normally lack confidence in your what? You normally lack confidence in your testimony? Hey, detective, this is my stage. Candy Annex.
Huh?
All this A-Ewing and such. And then I could care less about your history together.
Very well, Detective Gumshoe, if you would. Please tell us about the case at hand. Happened 6 days back in a room at the General Hospital. The facts are as simple as they come. Here's the crime scene. The victim was a patient, asleep in the hospital bed. The killer comes in, puts a pistol in his forehead, and bam, lights out. Them's the facts. Not so long ago, the victim, Magnified Gramarye, was a famous man.
Yo! The cat.
He had the entire country under his magical spell, as it were.
Ah, yes, the great magician. He retired years ago, though. Say the name Magnified to one of my generation. You'd be lucky to get a blank stare.
Yes, though I'm sure the youngsters today know his disciples even better. And they say through grammar he has made quite a name for themselves. Anyhow, the retired Magnify's been in the hospital for the last year. What was it? A malignant tumor or something. Doing something to his liver, I think. Yeah. A malignant tumor, perhaps.
In other words, he had liver cancer. He had only 3 months left to live, in fact.
Given 3 months. The facts do seem simple enough, but something's not right.
The victim was already climbing a 3-month stairway to heaven. Why not wait for him to knock on heaven's door? Why shoot him? I wouldn't have put it quite so lyrically, but it's true. Why make the effort to commit murder when the victim was about to die?
Incidentally, the victim has a serious case of diabetes.
Bro! You can't catch a break! Diabetes! In fact, he was about to shoot up with insulin.
Oh, he had a needle.
When he was shot with a pistol, the syringe was found at the crime scene. Chronic diabetes and cancer. As much as it pains me to say it, the victim was clearly at the end of his life. Smart syringe has been washed and shows no signs of use.
I believe the question before us is clear then. Why did the killer have to shoot this dying man? What reason could he have had?
Very well, detective. Perhaps you can enlighten us with the circumstances of the shooting.
Yes, sir. Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the whole man in the forehead. The bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it. The pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir. What? You're saying the victim ordered his own shooting?
Those are the facts. I have here the letter in question.
Oh, I was...
Well, very unusual indeed. Oh, hold on. That was no time to read.
To my beloved student Zach, to you I entrust the task of lowering my life's curtain. Come on the 13th, 11 to 5 p.m. I will ready a gun with which you will shoot one shot square in the forehead. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. A magnified grammar.
Although, could such a thing as an error really cause one to pull a trigger, I wonder?
I believe the answer to that question can be found at the end of the letter.
Ah, you cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Detective GAUNSTREAM, can you explain this to the court?
Unfortunately, even the defendant won't say a peep about that bit, sir.
One thing bothers me about this. Why didn't he just say 11? Why did they have to come? Why have him come at 11:05 without some specific reason?
The devil is in the details there, Tony.
Well, was there some reason?
As it turns out, there was. Every night for a half hour, starting at 11. Oh, the victim magnified grammar was given an IV.
An IV?
There it is in the picture, off to the side of the bed.
11:00, a doctor would come to set up the IV. 30 minutes later, he would come back for the empty bag. This happened every night without fail.
So that was the only time they could meet without a chance of an untimely interruption. During his IV.
Very well, shall we begin? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you would.
What's this reason he couldn't refuse, I wonder? He could have at least mentioned it to me. Hold on. I guess in that 5 minutes, or give or take 4 minutes, you can take a minute to connect the IV, right? You just pulled out a gun. All right, there it is. Do your job. They let him get a gun in there? They did have a bunch of goofy stuff, I guess. Well, it's just a clown, but...
Go on, at least mention it to me.
Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in.
Just because he got the letter doesn't mean he went through with it.
Oh, I disagree. The victim was indeed shot in the forehead after all, just as he had commanded.
Could be a setup, but let's not be in such a hurry. Maybe we should let the witness talk for a change.
Thanks, pal.
Fine, I can play it slow as well as I can play it fast. Oh, with the testimony, Detective Gumshoe.
3 days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder.
And this letter was sent by the victim?
There it is. Gotcha. You're all mine this time, pal.
Huh?
That hadn't been writing checked out, of course. It's the victim's, no mistake.
Ah, I see.
Score one for the boys.
I didn't lose, I was just asserting the fact.
So why am I so annoying? But a letter ordering your own death? Things are what they used to be, I guess.
I'm not sure this is exactly commonplace even now, Your Honor.
So anyway, I guess I'll keep going while I'm ahead. The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead.
How can you be so sure?
Hey, you gotta learn to stop relying on people to do your thinking for you, pal. Learn to think for yourself. Get the noggin, cracker.
You failed to grasp the concept of questioning, Detective.
First, we got this letter. It's a shoot in the forehead, loud and clear.
I can see that, but I still wouldn't do it.
Well, maybe you need to grow yourself a backbone, pal.
But you failed to grasp the concept of shooting people is bad, Detective.
We also found the defendant's pistol at the scene.
Traces of gunpowder residue shows that it had been fired recently.
Well, Mr. Rain. As far as I can tell from looking at this photo, there seems to be no issue with the prosecution's claim.
A photo. Maybe there's something in there I can use? Alright, that's a clean pillow, bro. So they're saying the defendant shot the victim in the forehead. I think there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, clearly, Mr. Enigma. I guess... I have no clue. Unfortunately, nothing in this picture suggests he didn't do it.
Ah, I see. That's unfortunate.
Huh? Well, let's pay no mind and carry on, shall we? Like a fast tempo. Huh?
Hey, I still got stuff to talk about, pal.
Everyone's so eager to move on, so of course I want to slow down. Is there really not a single clue in this picture?
Back to the testimony, if you were, Detective. The bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it.
You mean this pistol, the one in the crime scene photo?
That's the one. It's a funny-looking gun, so there's no mistaking it.
We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with the bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match. So you verified the murder weapon, in other words?
You bet we did. The pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir.
Why are you so certain?
What Palisand has your head been stuck in all this time, pal? You never heard of Zack and Valen's quick draw shooting?
Huh? What's that?
One of the defendant's specialties. Zack and Valen stand on either side of a girl, then they shoot. They just go full blast, bro. But the bullets don't hit her. Instead, they hit everything else on the stage. This was one of the pistols they used in the show. Got a great design, huh? The kids love it.
Many boys and girls joined the police because of that pistol, I hear. You know, that would explain a lot about the police force.
Drew Gramery stopped doing that act a while ago. The old man held on to that pistol ever since.
I had to stop it ever since they started shooting everyone in the audience square in the head with pure accuracy.
The court would like to see the pistol in question. You got it, sir. Here she is. Well, this really is a blast from the past. It's a stage pistol for magic shows, see? but it can fire real bullets.
They look so much bigger in real life than on TV.
Yeah, but it can only hold one round. By the way, the pistol's fine chamber is empty. And it shows traces of having been fired recently.
So, were any fingerprints found on the gun? Unfortunately, no. Of course, the defendant is known for wearing gloves. We might say that a lack of fingerprints is in fact a fingerprint of its own.
Aha, intriguing point. Well made. Oh, not well made, not intriguing. In any case, the court accepts this as evidence. My grandchild will get a kick out of seeing this. But now it's time to return to our testimony.
I didn't have time to gather all the details before coming in here. This testimony might be my only source of information. Better pay attention and read this carefully. This letter carefully. It's time for joke fuck. Phoenix is alone, so he has no one to joke about this. About shooting someone in the face. Look closely, you can see how the pistol is made to bend here. It's a one-shot only model, and I guess this bend is where you load it. So this is the famous Grammar Golden Gun, the GGG. Say kids used to love pretending they had one of these. What if they pretended to miss their targets too? Popo 54. This might be a clue, Koji. One shot square in the forehead. Gun, one bullet, a clown, and also shot. Make no sense. Says only one shot. Probably prepared only one shot as well. Gumbo. Looking at this photo, another possibility occurs to me.
Yes?
What does the letter tell us? That the defendant had a reason he couldn't refuse his teacher's wishes.
Bingo, pal. That's why the defendant popped him one in the forehead.
Oh? The defense disagrees. You see, the defendant had another choice he could make.
Objection!
What, and what he can prove, and what? And he can prove that with this photo? I can prove he had a choice, yes?
The defendant might have fired like he was ordered, but he didn't shoot the victim's forehead. Well, it's sure what you're taking, Mr. Wright. He didn't shoot the victim's forehead. What did the defendant shoot?
This little red dot right here.
A cloud doll?
Take a closer look. See? It's been shot in the forehead too.
Ah, there's a hole in its forehead.
Yes, and a hole in the prosecutor's claim.
Objection!
And I suppose you have a reason as to why he would shoot the clown doll. He didn't just shoot the doll, he shot the doll's forehead. His forehead. Is that where he's gonna stick with forehead now? Let's read the orders once more, shall we? You will shoot one shot square in the forehead, which is exactly what he did. He shot the clown doll square in the forehead.
The defense has raised an intriguing possibility. The hole in the clown's forehead, it definitely looks like it was shot. Bailiff, send someone to investigate this matter.
Objection!
I admit I'm impressed, but I expected nothing less. Still, this doesn't mean he didn't shoot the victim.
Objection!
Perhaps he did have to shoot a forehead as ordered. But the letter says nothing about whose forehead. This was the only way you had to follow his orders without taking a life. The bullet hole in the clown doll foreheads does amend an explanation. It might very well be a clue, yet Prosecutor Gavin is right. It alone does not prove the defendant's innocence. You cannot say for sure the defendant didn't shoot the victim.
So sorry, Mr. Wright. How sad it is to see the mighty fall. How sad is it to see the novice's overconfidence? Doesn't realize just how big this little hole is going to get. Bro, I've been in this situation so many times, man. I basically would know.
Please take this newfound fact into account as you continue your testimony. So what if you shot the clown? You still shot the victim, pal.
No original crunchy objection. No, let me get this straight. You're saying my client first shot the clown and then shot the victim.
Hey, not a bad summary, pal.
More of a confirmation than a summary, but whatever. That was really more of a confirmation than a summary. But our defense attorney seems pleased enough with himself.
Do these people ever miss a chance to mock me?
Well, now that Mr. Wright's gone that out of his system, shall we continue with the testimony? I didn't have time to gather all the details before coming in here. Alright, now do I show the gun or do I show the letter? Fires one real bullet. It says one shot here. Here it says one real bullet. I mean, if Mr. Wright is pointing out the letter on the looper, I guess I should have introduced the thing I got recently. I always take the wrong one, man. The trickiest cases often seem the simplest. Prosecutor Gavin, you missed the bullet hole in the clown's forehead. If you hadn't missed that, you'd have come to a very different conclusion. Understand?
Yeah, but like I just said, pal, after he shot the clown in the forehead, he went and...
Objection!
Did nothing of the sort to the victim. The pistol alone proves he could not.
The murder weapon? How?
It's quite simple, Your Honor. This pistol only holds one bullet at a time.
Oh!
If you had shot the clown in the forehead, he couldn't have shot the victim, too.
Objection!
That's not a contradiction. Not even close. All you had to do was reload the pistol after the first shot.
Objection!
Oh? Where did he get the extra bullet? They're not so easy to come by, you know. If you claim the defendant had one ready, then prove to us how he got it. I had a feeling this wasn't over yet. No, this party's just getting started. And I haven't proven anything yet beyond my good looks and startling record sales. Another lack of humility.
What's this? It seems that the prosecution has our witness prepared.
Like I said, her detective was just the warm-up act. Now that the audience has gotten a taste of what's to come, they're ready. Ready for what? For my decisive witness, of course. A witness who, you would find, can prove one thing for us. That it was Zach Gramery who shot the victim in the forehead.
Very well. We will pause for a 15-minute recess.
This might be my lucky break. I'll need that 15 minutes to talk to my client, Zach.
Court is adjourned.
Are we going just to get little pieces? Or are we continuing? Thinking we're getting it
Can't get only pieces. Fuck! No, okay, we'll still continue. But like, we go back to the present, and then back in time. Or else we'd get too much context. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. I have to say, I expected nothing less. To play the shitty games that suck ass, you'd rather have the fake evidence. We've only just begun. I was hoping you could tell me a bit more about what happened, actually. I did not think you would believe me if I told you. Or that you discovered the truth for yourself. I was thinking of you, you know. I think we need less thinking and more talking. That night in the hospital, what really happened? Ah, the way your eyes gleam, Mr. Wright. You'll scare Trucy. Speaking of which, where is she? You have seen the problem yourself, the letter. The one shot in the forehead. One, right? Yes, and the reason he speaks of. I could not deny my mentor's wishes, even if it meant my own death. Why not? This is something I will not say, for now at least. What's this for now business? I've done many things in my life. Some well, some poorly. But this is a cross we must bear alone to our graves. We? You wanted to know about the night of the incident. Finally, this guy sure likes to take his time getting to the important stuff. Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. Snuck into his room that night and at the appointed time. And found there upon his bedside table 2 pistols. 2? Yes, the one I had used on stage. And the one that had been used by my partner, Valance. Oh, for the second Valance quick draw thing. My mentor had the look of one sleeping. I stood by his bedside, hearing only the light sound of his breathing. Then I took the pistol into my hand. I cannot deny that my resolve faltered then for a moment. You faltered? You mean you thought about shooting him? Recall, there was a reason I could not refuse this request. His last such request, though not his first. So, there were other requests you couldn't refuse before? To be honest, I've not always been steadfast, and I fear I've brought the pain upon Trucy. Was Magnify coercing his disciples somehow? Just, what's going on in Troop Grammary? Yet, in the end, I did not shoot him. Instead, I turned and shot the clown. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket. In your pocket? It's still there right now. I believe if you examine the bullet in the clown's head, you will find it to be different than the one in my mentor. What were those called? Rifling marks. Yes, well, that is all I have to tell you. Concerning the case. Concerning the case? You mean there's something else you can tell me? Ha ha ha. You're a fascinating man, Mr. Wright. Thanks. Yes, there's something. My mentor. His eyes open. What? Magnify Grammary? The old devil. He was not asleep, you see. Of course, the gunshot would have woken him anyway. And there we had our last discussion as mentor and pupil. It was not a long discussion. Maybe 5-10 minutes or so. What'd you talk about? Ha ha! Mr. Wright, did I not just tell you? It does not concern this case. Jack Grammary. He seems pretty steadfast to me, or maybe just stubborn. Mr. Wright, the present is requested in the courtroom. Once again, I am in your hands. Right, let's get back in there. Let's go pwn this courtroom, bro. Court is now back in session. During a recess, a bullet was found in and dug out from the clown's head. Well, this is news. And the rifling marks? There wasn't time to do a detailed analysis. Though they did find a weapon type matches the murder weapon.
Well, that's not very conclusive, is it?
Which is why I'm about to call my very decisive witness. The decisive witness? How many times have I heard those words? though they often turn out to be far less decisive than you think. Oh, don't worry on my account. I'm quite confident this witness will do the job. After all, he is intimately acquainted with the players in a little production, being the other half of the True Grammary's famous duo, Zach and Valance. Valent Grammary? So, we get to meet the great Magnify's other disciple. No mustache. Perhaps we'll start by asking your name and occupation? Valent Grammary, magician. And you're the decisive witness, are you? You can prove your fellow student your partner's guilt? Fate, the grand illusion, filled with traps and tricks. Wait, the shooting took place in that hospital after 11 o'clock that night. If you're a witness, you were there that late? If one were to deduce this logically, the conclusion is yes. Okay, I always get the characters, don't I? I have an interesting fact for you. You see, several days before the crime, my witness received this. That looks very familiar. Wait, that's the same letter Zach Grammy received. Yes, or perhaps I should say, ta-da! Order, order, order! What does it say? Surely not the same thing. Perhaps you should see for yourself.
Why, it's practically the same. I can't accept this into evidence. This is most unusual. Exactly what was going on with you folks? What exactly was your True Grammy up to? By which you mean? I'm just having trouble envisioning a man who would ask his students to kill him. Both of them, no less.
This is my opinion, Herr Judge. But from these letters, I'd say he was coercing them, not asking them. We walked the magician's path together, and in doing so, shared much of our lives. When people are so close, there's a strain, a warping of relations, you might say. Yet this has nothing to do with the case at hand. By which you mean you're not going to tell us. Which makes me wonder why, even more about this reason they couldn't refuse.
Well, let's get on with the testimony for starters. The defendant, Zach Grammary, stands accused. Tell us why.
Oh, I'll do more than that. For where he walks, the red roses rise singing hymns to the miracle that is magic. Fascinating, though I hardly need to remind you that the evidence could just as clearly point to you as a suspect. The letter, the murder weapon, and now the 2 bullets found at the scene.
In fact, the only difference seems to be the designated time.
As every magician knows, timing is everything. Yes, and now it's time to get this party fired up.
Let's get this party.
That night I visited the hospital room at the time Magnify requested. The smell of gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken his final bow. I did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions. Yet a deal with the dead is still a deal. Death's sweet kiss I gave to the clown. Then I informed the doctor and the police.
So you were the one who reported the crime?
Indeed, I would think. This fact alone would clear my name of suspicion. Let's not jump to any conclusions.
Yes, the cross-examination generally comes before their conclusion is this court. But if your testimony proves to be true, then the defendant, Zach Grammary, is guilty.
And if I wasn't Zach Grammary, then the killer was you, Valent. And if it wasn't? No disappearing act will get you out of that. No walking out of doors. That night, I visited the hospital room at the time Magnify requested. Present this right away. Easy. which, according to the letter, was 11:20 p.m.
Indeed.
In magic, timing is everything.
Right.
Consider the illusion of teleportation. If I were to appear on stage before my stunt double has left, how would that look?
Why, it would reveal the very secrets of my magic.
Now that you've revealed the very secrets of your magic for all of us, let's move on. You went at the designated time, and what did you see?
The smell of gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken his final bow.
So, you weren't worried for your own safety at all? I mean, you smelled gunpowder, yes? What if the shooter was still nearby?
I did not consider this, to be honest. It is forbidden for a magician to have a good imagination.
Really? Isn't magic all about illusions and imagination? How about this? You were the shooter, which is why you weren't afraid.
No, you are the one imagining. It is forbidden for a lawyer to have a good imagination. The witness will refrain from pausing so suspiciously before responding. My forbidden imagination is starting to imagine things. Then imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions.
Which brings us back to this reason neither of you could refuse.
So it does, and my partner, he did not refuse.
But Magnify wrote the same thing to you. Why could you refuse if Zack couldn't?
Because I have a will of steel. Of course, I shall do this trick where I bend steel bars. So perhaps steel isn't also strong.
So which is it?
Mind if I continue? Yeah, the deal with the dead is still a deal.
The sweet kiss I gave to the clown. There were 2 bullet holes at the scene, one in the victim and one in the clown. You're saying the one who shot the clown was you?
No doubt my partner Zack has said the same, said much the same thing.
When is it gonna stick an ice pick through his hand like David Blaine? That's in 3 days in the present. You're gonna do that.
Yo, check this shit out.
Ah, it's a joke. And that's the whole show. $70. Yeah, because whoever didn't shoot the clown committed murder. I'd better dig around here a bit more and see what I can turn up. Mr. Valiant, let me ask about something else concerning the crime scene. Namely, the number of pistols. How many pistols were there when you entered the room?
What you mean what precisely?
2 pistols were used in the Zack and Valiant quick draw shoot-'em, correct? 1 for each of you. You are well informed.
Yes.
Only one of my old friends sat in the hospital room that night. What did Zack tell me back in the lobby? Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time and found there upon his bedside 2 pistols. I took the pistol I fired and placed it in my pocket.
I see no problem with that statement. Only 1 pistol is visible in the photograph of the crime scene, after all.
So you picked up that pistol and fired it?
Indeed I did. Alakazam, alakazing, alakaboom.
Is the number of pistols really so important? Not important. Let's finish up the pressing. Actually, let me ask about something else.
Very well. The witness may continue with the testimony.
What can I do but obey? Then I informed the doctor and the police. I can't check the characters involved. So you informed the police. What did you do then?
What do you suppose I did? Use my magic to levitate my mentor's corpse, perhaps?
I don't know, that's why I'm asking. Now please answer the question and skip the sarcasm.
After I made my report, I called the doctor, and we returned to the room.
While we waited for the police to arrive, we discussed stomach medicine. We've confirmed with the doctor. This with the doctor, it all checks out. He promised Mr. Valiant's knowledge of stomach medicine, Zack.
It is an honor I do not deserve, but I accept.
Both of Magnify students received the same letter. Both admit to having gone to the hospital that night. 2 bullets were fired. Both of them killed Magnify. Gotta find the cracks in his testimony. Alright, well, definitely, we can tell that, well, there's only one gun here, so we can see which one was in the demon forehead. Or the one that was in the cloud. From here. Why should I try something else just to see where it leads? I can't be dying in the past, right? Come on. Number of pistols is quite important, Your Honor. Very well. Please add this detail to your testimony. Oh, what can I do but obey? Only one pistol was in the hospital room that night. With it, I shot the clown. So you took the only pistol there and fired it. That's correct. And that pistol was this one, which was left at the crime scene. Good show. I see you two are a magician of sorts. And you're an idiot for sorts. Do you have any idea what you just said? I see the fire in your eyes as you glare at the witness. So about heating up this trial a bit. These slow ballads just bore me. I've got a hunch, but maybe that's all it is. Maybe I should ask about something else. No, it's just to switch the testimony. Let's run with this testimony for a while longer. Now, do I present the... Well, we have already presented the... What?
Where's the bullet?
Alright. They showed the bullet, but it's not in my court record? Oh, wait, I can check the people here now. 40, 37. In order to shoot a pistol, you need a bullet. Where was the bullet? I entered the room and took the pistol in my hand. The bullet was already loaded, ready to fire at any time. The magician is always prepared, you see. Prepared for? One never knows when a miracle will be called for. A magician always has 7 doves in his pocket, and a white rabbit up at each sleeve. Clearly, we're dealing with professionals here. This bullet that was loaded in the pistol really so important? We'll kill him next week, Nico. We're finishing the section, and then we'll probably be back in real time. Do the other half. Always carrying a loaded gun. Just in case someone calls bullshit. So I want to prove that the gun that fired second wasn't the one that shot the forehead of the clown. Which, you know, bullet markings, whatnot. But where does this go? I guess I'll just do this. Without a loaded bullet, we wouldn't have a murder. It's very important, Your Honor. Okay. Yeah, we're going back to the other one. I guess I'll present the gun. Well, these being the levitation of iron balls without touching them. Hold on, I'm being a meanie here. The load was already loaded. Something doesn't make sense. Why weren't the victim's fingerprints on it? You should know that we of the Troop Grummery are capable of many things. There's no magic involved here. The shooter was just methodical is all. He simply wiped everything of fingerprints. Can't really do much with the fingerprints that were not there. Maybe I should ask about something else. Nothing else related to the bullet, so I'll just... Was that good? Was that good? Or I mean... Was that good? Just running in circles for no reason, when this was definitely what I gotta do. I was just, you know, I didn't have to pull a bullet around, so... I was concerned. According to the defendant, Zach Gramery, when he entered the room, there were 2 pistols on that table. 2? One of those pistols he used to shoot the clown in the forehead. Then he left with it in his pocket. Of course, this is what he would say. Unlike the hapless clown, we must assume a defendant has some brains in his head. Well, what about what Mr. Valendas told us? You see, there's something about this testimony that doesn't make sense.
What might that be? I told you I took the pistol that was there and shot the clown.
That's your story, at least. Huh? But the rifling marks tell a very different story, Mr. Valen. Recall what Prosecutor Gavin told us. We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with the bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match. Ah! Mr. Valent, if you fired this pistol, then you shot the victim in the forehead.
Order, order, order! Well, this is all rather sudden.
Objection!
What have I done? Prosecutor Gavin.
Prosecutor Gavin.
Oh, the court an apology. Sorry. Sorry for what? They taught us not to be ashamed of our dicks. You see, I was unaware that 2 of these unique pistols were crafted. The analysis of the rifling marks only proved the type of gun that fired them.
Objection!
But that's not what you told us before. You said you'd verified the murder weapon, which is why I'm apologizing to you now. Quite sincerely, I might add. Would you hold me accountable for a mistake made in my youth? That was just this morning. I am still young, and I might add it wasn't really my fault. If the defendant had only admitted he took 1 pistol from the scene of the crime, we would not be having this pleasant discussion now.
Huh? Alan Gramery? Yes, Your Honor. You were presented to this court as a decisive witness, but you've proven to be more divisive than decisive.
Objection!
You'll see in time. The testimony so far has merely been a review of the facts. The proof comes next.
Care to elaborate, Prosecutor Gavin?
When Mr. Valen entered the hospital room, the victim had already been shot. As his next testimony will prove. Alright, the real fight is about to begin. Bring it.
Very well. The witness will now testify to the court. Help us determine who shot what?
Who done it?
I arrived in the hospital room at the appointed time, which is to say 11:20 p.m. After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called in the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. He was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. And the one in the room at the time was my partner, not me. Those times are rather close, you have to admit. You were talking about an alibi established over a matter of minutes. Use a 10-minute discrepancy as the basis of your alibi.
It's easy to explain this situation here, Judge. For example, take our debut hit single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love. Cue to the song, press the play button, and it will play for 2 minutes 15 seconds. Do it 100 times, the result is the same. The debut single was only 2 minutes and 15 seconds long? What a ripoff! Magic is a world of utmost precision. Hocus pocus requires admirable focus. And in a time of death determined by the doctor, there is an incontrovertible truth.
Very well, the prosecution warns us that we're dealing with rather precise times. We can expect a cross-examination to require the same level of precision.
I would hope the defense refrains from its customarily broad, sweeping accusations, lest we blur the focus in this case so clearly demands. You're the one that fucking up the focus, brother. Point taken. Baseless remarks will result in a penalty. Carry on, Mr. Wright. Carry on, right. Carry on, my right word, son. I'm in the hospital room at the appointed time. Which is to say, 11:20 p.m. 11:20 p.m.? Can you prove that's when you arrived? Alas, such a feat may be beyond even the great valets. But there was no one in that room but Magnify, and he was departed after a fashion. I have here defendant Zach Gramarie's sworn deposition. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time. It was 10 minutes before I left the room. The victim was still alive. Time indicated by this letter to Zach was 11:05 p.m. Exactly. Which means the witness could have not entered that room before 11:50. Because his partner was still in the middle of his crime. Me when I kill someone for 10 minutes.
I see someone did their arithmetic homework.
You see, the defendant himself has corroborated the witness's testimony. Does that all make sense? I don't see any problem with that testimony.
If you say so, let's continue, shall we?
Sometimes the most magical thing of all
is to shut the fuck up. Is discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligations and called in the doctor.
You walk in on the murder, and the first thing you do is shoot the clown?
The disciple does what the disciple must. My mentor's request without a reason would cause for me a surfeit of sorrow. But what would I, valet, be now without? May the soul magnify the great find greater peace of mind.
This I murmured to myself as I pulled that lonely trigger. In any case, I believe this is nothing more than what we have already learned. I'm still waiting for one of those right moments, Herr Attorney.
I remind you that baseless remarks will earn penalties. Proceed with that in mind.
Yes, Your Honor. What a pain this is turning out to be.
Doctor examined the body before the police.
Did the doctor say anything concerning the cause of death?
Why, yes. I believe he screamed, "My God, he's been shot in the head!" It doesn't take a doctor to notice that. No, I probably would have screamed the same thing.
And I would have penned the requiem that arose in my soul at that horrid sight.
Whatever happened to good old-fashioned investigation?
In any case, I believe this is nothing more than what we have already learned. I'm still waiting for one of those right moments, Sir Tony.
I remind you that patients.
Okay, well, at least it's not occurring for every one of them.
It's quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m.
I don't think I'm stepping out on a limb to say I have some doubts about this. How could the doctor be so precise with the time?
We do usually only get an estimated time of death, true? I'm not sure I've heard of a verified time of death. Magic revels in making the complex appear simple, but reality is the opposite. What appears complex in this case is a simple matter of subtraction. See, another person has done their arithmetic homework.
The point here is the IV the victim was taking. It's quite visibly visible in the photograph of the scene. Recall what we heard earlier about the victim Magnify's Gramarie's schedule. Every night at 11:00, Magnify took an IV drip for 30 minutes.
See the IV bag right there, yes?
Now look at it a little closer. Follow the tube down from the back to the end.
Ah, the needle's been removed.
Doubtlessly, it fell out when he was shot.
That would seem to be the case.
When the needle comes out, the IV no longer drips.
You can just measure the remaining IV liquid.
Precisely. The IV liquid functions for our purposes as an hourglass of sorts. This is how the doctor determined the time of death. From the amount remaining in the bag, it was determined that the IV had stopped 10 minutes after administration began. Okay.
And so it was when I, Valen, entered that room. 10 minutes had passed since that horrible crime was committed. And this is proof.
Well, Mr. Ray. Huh. Did that seem important? I don't see any problem with that testimony.
If you say so, let's continue, shall we? Sometimes the most magical thing of all. In one room at the time was my partner, not me.
You entered that hospital room at 11:20 p.m. The time was given by the defendant, Zach Gramery, was 11:05 p.m. You didn't run into him at the hospital that night?
This is why I never perform with amateurs, you see.
Huh?
Picture, if you will, the nighttime hospital. Outside, only the pale light of the moon. If two dresses we wear to meet in such circumstances, I dare say that would ruin the mood completely.
The mood isn't in question here. I believe the witness is saying they didn't meet, yeah?
For what is magic if not the study of beauty? Us meeting was not only out of the question, it was a non-possibility.
Or what is magic if not the study of how to make absolutely no sense at all? That said, was there a contradiction in there? Don't see any problem. An alibi over a matter of minutes. Precise is right. Pressing with impunity will earn me a nice penalty too. Better focus on one thing. This time of death. So I have 1, 4, and 5 that I can press. I did get some good stuff from 4, but let's see. I mean, I would just be like 11:15. But it's like, but they could be lying since he's the killer. But now I have new clues. Well, we'll play on this, since there seems to be a contradiction here. Which, you know, that's the whole thing. We gotta play on contradictions. The only problem is I see here is the glaring contradiction in the testimony. I read that wrong.
Was that a question?
I guess it was. You have been warned here, right? Baseless remarks will be penalized. Bro, that was not my fault. That was Phoenix. He kind of brought that up bad. Obviously. Can I say? Very cringe. Well, I mean, I may as well take hits until it works. But would it be this? I got something out of it, so it can't be like this and then that, you know?
But eh. The only logical dev choice would be this. Nobody can skip this. Does that lead to anything? It doesn't feel like it. Oh. So, well, this might be Forge is the thing, which this is the whole thing that Case plays on, but this message talks about how Zach decided to not shoot him, which means, well, I guess I'll get killed in 10 minutes instead. But is that when I put it up, you know? Well, this has no correlation. There would be correlation with the one before, but I gotta pull a contradiction. Like, who cares if they didn't see each other? I mean, is that really like 1/3? Yeah. It's just a bit shy. The markings, it kind of makes it seem like it's 1/4. I mean, do they fill up that fucker? Ah, no, I'll just take a hit. What am I gonna do? Stand still? Well, seeing how it is the biggest clue we have to the time of death, oh, he's probably gonna add to the testimonial. I'd say it's very important.
Agreed. I would be hard to imagine a more precise way to determine the time. Hold the power of arithmetic. I thought it was like I had to prove it and something wrong or something, but it's just gonna give me more fire. The witness will add this detail to his testimony. Sometimes the most magical thing is the truth. Waterfly springs not eternal. The remaining IV liquid proves my innocence. Did you notice the IV yourself by any chance? When first I entered that room, the stench of gunpowder assailed me. Next, the mark of death upon my mentor's forehead. Then, as the farm did, I spy a rose drooping and wilted. Its thorn, the discarded IV needle. Knocked from the vein by the force of the shot, luckily for you. If that IV had not been there, why, you may be a suspect. Indubitably so. I might say it's thanks to my lucky color. Your lucky color? Indeed, even today I wear it proudly upon my suspect self. For it always, without fail, brings me luck. Why, when Zack and Valiant won their first Magician's Grand Prix? Yes, the very one held by the Association of Eternal Magicians, International Magicians. I was adorned in this attire then too, and our trophy, a bust. What a day that was. Now this is one trip down memory lane no one needs. My lucky color, yes indeed. And that ivy too. I say I think 'twas hued especially for me, Valiant. That does seem to be the case indeed. Well, Mr. Wright, any thoughts on this testimony? Alan sure looks happy with himself. Okay, yeah, how about this? Lucky color testimony. This is beyond my power here. Is that supposed to be the same color? Yeah, it's greenish in the IV, but isn't Valiant yellow? Or is that some fucked up neon green? It's very yeah. I'll press that. Certainly sounds like your lucky colors brought you plenty of luck. But not this time. Mr. Valiant, your lucky colors betrayed you. I'm afraid. Okay. This is to bring the fact that he didn't even look at it. He didn't even know he was plugged in or anything. I don't know. Oh, we'll see how he plays on. Your Honor, the witness's testimony just now clearly contradicts the evidence. What? Please recall my warning at the beginning of this cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Racist accusations will be duly penalized. I do hope this latest accusation is well-based. Don't worry, I've got all your bases right there here. Very well, it's here the defense is claimed. Where is your evidence that contradicts what Mr. Valiant has told us? The crime scene tells all, Your Honor. The photo of the crime scene. Oh, the stock of color is me yearning for black and white. Clear-cut simplicity. Tell us, Sir White, where's this contradiction in this photo? My pleasure, and I assure you it's quite simple. But I can't promise anything in black and white. As it's gonna be in green and green. Where is photo contradicts the witness's testimony? Yeah, they need accessibility. I can see the differences, but I wasn't sure if like grammar is like was a fucked up very light green or something. Because like, you know, lucky color is usually green. Don't know if it was like it's yellow, yes. It kind of takes the mystery out of it, but yes. Something wrong with yellow, Mr. Wright? Yes, there is. Decisively wrong, in fact. Take another look at the photo of the crime scene. All I'm saying is Valiant almost got me. You know, maybe if you think he was green. Whoa, what's this? Confusion, doubts. Tell us, what do your elderly eyes spy? Even my elderly eyes can see a problem here, Mr. Valiant. Look at that IV bag. Ugh! What is this? What foul magic? It would be hard to call it the IV liquid yellow. And I'm afraid no magic was involved in the taking of this photograph. That's some trauma-centered green shit right there he's infused. Oh, God, no! Order, order, order! What does this mean? This is some kind of mistake. Yes, my security captain. Your witness's mistake. The greener they are, the harder they fall. I suppose there's no substitute for experience. A greenhorn, Valgrammery, as you reminded us several times. Your lucky color is yellow, but the ivy is clearly not. Well, this contradiction can mean only one thing. You had murder in your brain, and to think you almost had me. And as part of the case's writing is kind of grating. I see your true colors now. Ace Attorney, Phoenix Wright. Yeah, why didn't they capitalize that? I am Phoenix Wright. I'm so experienced and confident nothing bad will happen to me. Yes, I'm gonna win this. I am so cool. Oh no, he lost? Oh no, but he was so cool.
Something you'd like to tell us, Professor Captain? As far as this court can tell, the witness's testimony does contradict the evidence.
Yes, a contradiction. One that I shall be pleased to send right back to Mr. Wright. What do you mean? How? Because the witness has made no mistakes. I agree at a glance. The IV liquid does appear to have a sort of greenish yellow. But I assure you, liquid itself is quite yellow.
Oh, 'cause it's mixed in with purple? Yellow liquid, how can you say that?
Oh, is that supposed to be? I give up, man.
As far as I can tell from this photo, it's green.
Yes, but what color is the IV bag itself? The bag? You mean the plastic bag on the hook? That's blue.
It looks like, I want to say, like blue.
Precisely. Figured it out, yeah? Put a yellow liquid in the blue bag and you get green. This incidentally is the liquid's true color.
I see. The explanation does have the ring of truth to it.
Objection!
Stupid bitch. As I thought. There's no substitute for experience, Prosecutor Gavin. What? You may tell a good tale, but this has proven something rather grave. For you, that is. Grave? Liquid in the IV is yellow, yes. But how did this witness know that? It's quite unnatural when you think about it. You did think about it, didn't you? Your Honor, the defense requests an explanation from the witness. At the scene of the crime, the IV liquid appears to be green. So let me ask, how did the witness know the IV liquid was actually yellow? Alakazam, girl!
Order, order, order! Mr. Wright, you will explain this at once. The witness clearly knew the color of the IV liquid, so I'm sure it means something, but what?
I can think of only one possibility, Your Honor. The witness, Valen Grammary, has testified that the IV liquid was yellow because. Oh boy, you can't see it in here, but. Oh? What's that you wanted to point out? Vineyard? What did you see? Had a red circle for a second. Hello? What do you want to tell me? Oh, there it is. I always hated getting shots. Oh yeah, it wasn't even plugged in the first place, dude. I guess Magnify was giving himself the insulin shot. There's no way I could do that. Huh? Wait. If Magnify used this to inject his insulin, why are there no traces of it having been used? Something to keep in mind. Well, I'm sure this will come in handy right now. From here, though.
guy.
Well, if it looked yellow out of the bag, then it's seen it before. Unbelievable. What? But this is... Face the facts before us. The answer is clear. The witness knew that the IV liquid was yellow. Why? Because he'd seen it before. But not inside the blue bag we see in the photo. We saw the liquid by itself. We saw the liquid by itself in a clear colorless bag.
I suppose he would have had to, but I'm still not clear as to what all this means.
Ask yourself why he would know. Why would he know if he didn't work at a hospital? That's where you'll find your meaning, Your Honor.
Objection!
What? I'm afraid I find nothing. So what if he knew the IV liquid's color? Leave the getting excited over absolutely nothing to our teeny bopper fans, yeah?
Objection!
The IV liquid is the only evidence proving the time of death. A 30-minute hourglass with 20 minutes worth of sand remaining. Your claim, Prosecutor Gavin?
I remember it well.
However, there's a critical difference between an hourglass and an IV bag. I need to drink. My brain's like...
Reading things across. I know. An hourglass uses sand, but an IV bag uses liquid. I'm right, right?
As much as it pains me to say this, Your Honor, no. Unlike the sands through an hourglass, IV liquid enters the patient's body. At which point, like magic, it disappears. However, what if the amount of IV liquid has increased? You can tell, could you? After all, there's no way of knowing how much went in.
Objection!
Let me get this straight, her right. You're saying the witness watered down the victim's IV bag? Not with water, but with the IV liquid. That's how you knew the IV liquid was yellow.
No, wait. I said wait. How might an amateur such as myself essay to perform such a task?
Objection!
I'm an amateur too, but I can pour water into a cup.
Objection!
I'm afraid there's quite a big difference between a cup and an IV bag. Quite. Can you prove our witness is capable of such a feat?
He has a point, amateurs. I at least would have some difficulty pouring IV liquid into that bag.
You don't need to be an expert to see the look on the witness's face. He added liquid to that IV to throw off the time of the death. He didn't add any, he fucking squirted it out. I'm tired of these fairy tales lacking evidence.
Well, Mr. Rain, any solid evidence to bring us back down to Earth?
Valid Grammary, I'm afraid your magic won't serve you well in a life of crime.
May I ask you what you're strongly suggesting?
Magic relies on props, and props become evidence. Our witness was certainly able to increase the amount of IV liquid in the bag. All he had to do was work with a little magic, and the prop was... I'm better to play with. Oh, they used a gun. I mean, yeah, he just fucking brought a tool bag himself, dude. I mean, that's it, because you'd be thinking like, oh, what else was already there? No,
There was 2 guns there before.
huh? Be more better to get it filled up? Oh? Okay, I thought I was missing something. Okay, present the picture and I show that's the table. Obviously, present that, bam. I'm afraid Mr. Rain is attempting to water down this case.
Why add water when you could add a penalty? No, never mind. No, wait. That's his. This is not that one. I can't point, but... They made it seem like this was a little... Wait, what else can I present? There's nothing else to do. You never know, man.
Oh, it was the best.
Victim syringe. It's the perfect prop for the magically increasing IV trick. And then easy enough for an amateur to use.
Objection!
Oh, what kind of evidence is that? The syringe was clean, not a trace of liquid in it.
Objection!
Don't you find that odd, Prosecutor Gavin? Gay bitch? What? Why'd you call me that? The victim had the syringe to administer his insulin shot. There should have been traces of insulin left inside. Huh? Well, Valiant Grammary, as you pointed out yourself, the IV liquid makes the perfect clock. One that you could manipulate at will. Alakazam! How many birds in this room now?
I do believe, well, with this being his first, that the burden of this trial has been a bit too much to bear for Prosecutor Gavin. I'm afraid that while there is there is a doubt that there's well, there's a doubt as to the amount of IV liquid in that bag. The time of death cannot be proven. And that brings our trial to a close for today.
Well, maybe I can squeeze an extra day out of this. I can do a little much-needed investigation work.
I see there are no objections. Court is...
Objection!
This is where Phoenix will freaking die. Surely there's no substitute for experience. Nothing blinds one to the truth so effectively. A word to the wise. Underestimate the young and they'll sweep your feet out from under you. In a way you never ever expected. You see, I know exactly what you're thinking. Huh? What's he talking about? You say the witness used the syringe to manipulate the level of the IV liquid. But there is no proof. There's no proof he didn't do it either. Yes, quite true. Huh? He's admitting it? Nor was this witness quite as decisive as I'd hoped. This I admit, after all, why linger in the past when the future holds so much?
You have something in mind, Prosecutor Gavin?
Proof, Herr Judge. I've no way to prove my case. With evidence, no less.
What's this?
This is the victim Magnified Grammary's diary. Diary? After going to the hospital, Magnify began writing his memoirs, it seems. The story of his birth, his startling debut, and meeting his disciples. It seems he intended for the last chapter to end, quite appropriately, with his death. Wait, that book doesn't say what the reason was, does it? The reason why his disciples couldn't refuse his last request? Sadly, it does not. What's important here? It's on the last page. Apparently, the victim wrote in his journal that night, even after the IV had begun at 11:00 p.m. Let's read it, shall we? Tonight's...
This does appear to have been written just before his death.
Tonight's IV is in, maybe the last. I leave the rest to them. The first should come soon. This journal may end here or it may go on, but not long. Depends on his hand. Although, all that is left of mine is to lay down with his pen. Fuck. Read the very last part with particular care.
I can't. Oh. All that is left of mine is the laid on this man. This is the last page. The diary ends here. Huh? Huh? What's this? It looks like the page was ripped out? Well, now, isn't that interesting? Oh. This journal may end here, or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. Of course, by his. He refers to our defendant, Zach Gramery.
That would make sense, yes. He was the first scheduled visitor after all.
But look at what he said before that. What's on the back? Fine. It's alright, my bad. His symbol! No clues here. Oh, it may go on. It may go on. Magnified Grammar intended to write again. That is, if Zach Grammar didn't pull the trigger. Damn! I see the defense understands the meaning of this. The victim's diary does not go on. It ends. Because Magnify's life was brought to an end by the defendant, Zach Gramery.
Order, order, order! Prosecutor Gavin, are you certain that Magnified Grammar wrote this?
There's no mistake in his handwriting.
Well, this does seem to be significant. According to this, Magnifier didn't intend to continue his diary. Yet, if his diary ended here, which plainly it did,
then the one who pulled the trigger was the first visitor, Zach Gramery. Well, how do you like me now, Herright? Still too green for your tastes? He's right about the diary being pretty clear. Still, I find it hard to believe. But he overlooked such an obvious problem with his previous precious evidence.
Well, Mr. Wright, the witness's testimony we heard was lacking, but put together with this evidence, it seems quite sufficient for a case.
The diary is accepted like this. The trial's over. Maybe it's time for me to show them something. I'm left with no choice but to show my own evidence.
What? You have some evidence that God returns this diary?
It's not too late to rethink this and avoid more embarrassment.
Very well, please show us your evidence, Mr. Wright.
Incidentally, don't even think of showing us this diary I've just shown to the court. Now that we've come this far, I hope you have something a little more decisive. Trust evidence has proved the victim continued writing his diary. Alright, well, I'd be happy to. The decisive evidence proving that the diary didn't end with this page is the next page. First, take a close look at this diary. Please don't walk into the office trap by pointing out that just the diary and the page ripped out. Oh, I fell into the office trap. Now Phoenix will lead to a life of ruin. Not that the page has clearly been ripped out.
Oh, what's this? I didn't notice that at all.
That's why we're still here talking about this. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page.
Look, I don't believe it.
Looking at this page, it's hard to imagine that the first visitor at that night shot Magnified Grammar. That's the defense's position.
Wait, let me see that. What in Sam Hill? Why, this is the continuation of the victim's diary.
No, the torn edge of the page. It's a perfect match with the torn remains of the last page in Magnify's diary.
Quite remarkable.
Would you care to explain what all this means, Her Attorney? The diary continued after his first visitor came, which means that the victim was still alive after Zach Gramery left. Leaving no one to take his life but the second visitor. Valid Gramery! No. No! The handwriting, too, matches that on the other pages. This is, without a doubt, a genuine article. Order! 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 But wait! That's impossible! That old man couldn't have written that!
Objection!
Finally. You just couldn't resist, could you, Hairwright? Resist what? Presenting solid evidence? Hair Josh. Yes, Prosecutor Gavin? Might I request we put the current cross-examination on hold? The prosecution would like to call a new witness. But Prosecutor Gavin, this evidence overturns the current witnesses. I ask only to put it on hold, please. My new witness has a very, very important piece of testimony to give. 5 minutes, no more. I promise, Your Honor. Well, if you put it that way, Mr. Wright, what's your take on this? Well, Your Honor, judging from his enthusiasm, we'll have to hear this new testimony sooner or later. Anyway, so it might as well be sooner. Well, this is highly, highly irregular. We will put the current cross-examination on hold. The witness may step down. Now, Prosecutor Gavin, please bring this surprise witness to the courtroom. Is it his brother? Had a bad feeling just then. That ripped out page was too obvious. He must have known. And I should have known it was a bad sign all around. Oh. Holding trial with no audience is a first, even for me, Prosecutor Gavin. Make the court's understanding. But I had to make a judiciary deal with the witness to secure his testimony. A judiciary deal? The details of his testimony may have some legal ramifications, shall we say. I thought it best to contain the information to this room. Very well. And you are the witness, I gather. Yes, sir. State your name and occupation for the record. My name's Drew Misham. I'm a painter. A painter? And they are somehow related to this case? No, well, not per se. One simple question for this witness. Mr. Misham, was it? Do you know what this is? Oh, yeah. I know it well. How's that possible? Have you seen this diary page somewhere before? Oh, yeah, I mean, I made it. You... what? You made it? Yes, you might call it one of my works. The prosecutor's office recently received a tip-off yesterday. Illegal evidence has been prepared for the trial of Zach Gramery. Illegal evidence? I initiated an investigation and found this witness. A painter to the world at large, Drew Misham has another side, you see. He is skilled in making perfect reproductions of certain things. Forgeries, in other words. But forgeries? Well, so we are to understand that this page here is a fake, prepared by a certain defense attorney.
Objection!
Hold it! I didn't prepare this evidence.
Objection!
The attorney speaks. Something about this page, I presume, but what is he saying? It makes no sense. After all, it was you who presented this evidence to us, Phoenix Wright. Witness, Mr. Michelle, was it? Who requested this forgery? Who was your client? That, I don't know. What? Most of my clients prefer to remain anonymous, even to me. I make the items they want and receive my payment. And that's the extent of my contact with them.
Objection!
But there's no proof this is a fake. It's a fake. Huh. To avoid just this sort of problem, I always put a special mark on my works. I can say without a doubt, this is mine. Mr. Wright, you have just presented illegal evidence to this court. My court. You will die.
It was careless of me. That's all I can say. Oh, old boy. Here. What's this? I don't know. This guy over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important. It was all a trap. A fatal trap.
Mr. Wright,
Yes?
do you have an explanation for yourself?
If I did, would the court hear it?
Probably not. Forging evidence is a serious crime. And presenting it in court a serious mistake. A fatal mistake for an attorney.
Fatal too, perhaps, for your client, I fear. Huh? Tell me, what kind of defendant relies on forged evidence? The answer is quite clear. A guilty one.
Objection!
Your Honor, wait! I understand that presenting forged evidence in the court is a serious crime, but you cannot hold my client responsible for actions I undertook as an individual.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright.
Your Honor? And then a close call, I dare say. If the prosecutor's office hadn't received that hot tip, everything would have gone the way you wanted it to, you know? I even gave you a chance. Too bad you decided not to think before embarrassing yourself.
So no need for further discussion on this matter. The special witness dismissed. Mr. Attorney,
Yes?
could I ask your name?
Huh? Phoenix Wright.
Mr. Wright, I've seen and studied many people, but not like you. I'll remember you, Mr. Wright. Sorry for making you get pwned. Oh, I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way. This trial is over. You have the right to find a new attorney and make an appeal. However, this court must...
Ah, Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Zack.
There's one thing I wish to make clear. Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. It is impossible.
I'm afraid the defendant is quite mistaken. I most certainly have the authority to declare a verdict on you.
Except, tell me, how do you plan on announcing your verdict when a defendant does not exist?
Doesn't exist? What are you talking about?
I am talking
About this.
Bye-bye.
Mr. Enigmar!
Defendants escape. Fight him. Quick! Bailiff, close all exits from the building. On the double, he must not be allowed to escape.
That day, in the courtroom, a miracle occurred. The defendant, Shady Enigmar, aka Zach Gramarye, did not just escape from court. He literally, unbelievably vanished. Right before the bailiff's eyes. No one ever saw him again. Not since that day.
That is the Gramarye miracle.
No verdict was declared.
That's the last time we had a magician as a defendant.
After all, the defendant didn't exist. And not a loss of void for rent.
Yes.
That's how it happened. The trial of magician Zach Gramarye vanished along with him for all eternity. The mysteries that remained behind were all solved, however, but not until 7 years later.
Oh, man.
Now that's a cutoff point if I've seen one. Get a little sniff. Trial 7 years ago was the beginning of it all.
No, you're
This
kidding.
I know beyond a doubt.
Wow, the plot
The mysteries of
thickens.
the past work their magic on the present.
Mysteries of the past work their magic on the mysteries of the past work their magic on the present. You'll soon be finding all of this out for yourself. Which of Magnify Grammary's disciples pulled that trigger? A good stopping point too, because for some reason I can't read for shit right now. I'm like stumbling. Where did the vanishing defendant, Zach Grammery, go? What dark truth lies behind... What dark truth lurks behind the first diary page? And what about the girl who was left behind? What about the girl who looks like a little monkey? Past left us these 4 keys to unlocking the truth. What the fuck is this? But that's not all. There are 4 keys in the present as well. When all the questions have found their answers, the final trial will begin. But first, you must chase the truth through then and now. Think of it as a game. What? Gameplay? I, Phoenix Wright, will be your guide through this game. The terrible trial saw me present forged evidence. Then it half finished when the defendant vanished. What became of me after that? As your investigation proceeds, the answer will become clear. Oh, and one more thing. There's something I must tell you. As Apollo Justice has his bracelet, so too do I have my own weapon of sorts. My Magatama! What does it do, you ask? That I would have you see for yourself. Well now, shall we begin? Use Q&E to jump past... Damn, what the fuck? Let's begin 7 years ago in the past. It is right after my last trial came to an abrupt end. Now that you know the game, let's play. No! No! This is crazy! Okay, interesting. Cool. Oh yeah. Surely this won't take too long, so we'll finish next week. The past, the present, let's do the future. What? What about the future? No, I don't want to save. This new gameplay thing, it's too cringe. I don't want to play anymore. I'm quitting this game. Well, I thought all I had to do was read. Alright, well. I shoot lightning at the screen with the tip of my fingers. Next Saturday, we'll beat the game. Yeah. Yeah, I guess Geek will have to wait a week before we jump onto that. Cool. It's getting cool though. Some wacky stuff going on. Definitely some stupid factors, but you know. It just seems obvious we did it, man. You never know. You know? Yeah, next Thursday is the Game Awards. We'll watch that and then play BDF most likely. Wow! Next Friday, Maple Story DS. Why not? Then another playthrough. Do we have to watch the Game Awards? Can we? No, man, we have to watch them. What if they announce EDF Infinity in that? Meow. You never know. And if you don't see it firsthand, then what the fuck? You're the cringe. It's just how it works. Anyways. So ends another week. And meow. It's alright. This is actually the downtime at work for us right now. So the nights are very boring is the thing. So a lot of waiting. A lot of trying to fill up as much time as we can. Because there's not enough stuff to do. But nonetheless, it'll be a fast week to get through until more streams. I love streaming. Anyways, I'm off to have a 130 heart rate BPM by Star Forcing in Maple Story. Okay. Bye bye. Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Sorry if I was kind of reading like shit at the end there. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I would give my utmost apologies for that garbage. Okay. I fart? What? I'll let you guys be. Bye bye.